preserving a lot of incredible data on the web. So Wendy, I wanted to welcome you to the stage. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey everyone. You know, I'm from Oakland, California, so OG means original gangsta, and I am down with being an OG of the D-Web. Thank you so much for being here. When I look around the room at the prospective speakers coming up, I see so many friends and allies who we have been working together for the last 6 years to build this thing we call the decentralized web. And why have we been building this? We've been doing it for a moment like this. A moment when across the Ukraine, both the physical artifacts and the digital artifacts of their culture are being destroyed. A moment when Russians wanting the truth have been blocked from Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. A moment when the Russian government is actively putting out false information. They're putting out these fact checks to create disinformation about what's happening in Ukraine. So in a world in which you can't tell what is truth from fiction, when you don't know whether your cultural heritage will disappear, when you can't get good information from the regular sources that you turn to, what do you do then? That's why 6 years ago, a group of technologists gathered at the Internet Archive, and we said, maybe we could build something better. Maybe we could build a decentralized web. But even then, we realized that if you wanted to build a decentralized web that was full of somewhat arcane technology, you would need to be able to describe it and communicate what you're talking about so that anyone in the world, from a Ukrainian separatist to a Russian soldier to a San Francisco teacher, could understand what you're talking about. And this is some of the language that we've been working on, that we've been using. What we're creating really in this decentralized web is the web that we want, the web that we deserve. And what does this really entail? It means that the web we want should be safe. You should know that your website, your content, will always be there and can't be taken down at the whim of one government. The web we want should be reliable. You should be able to know that the information you're getting from that web is accurate and certified. The web we want should remember. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a time access into this new web that automatically archives the content that we're putting out there. But this web should also forget, because each of us has the right to be forgotten. It should be a marketplace because incentives are good, but this time around, could we create a system in which micropayments go directly to the creators? And it needs to be a public square. That's right, a place where you could talk about the Ukrainian conflict without fear of reprisal. This time we want to make sure that the web we want and deserve is built by many, not just by a few elite technologists. And it should include many voices, not just the rich and powerful. And yet, as Brewster, my boss, always says, it has to be magical. It has to be creative and full of sharing. So that means it needs to be fun and full of surprises. The web we want should have many winners, not just a few platforms that control everything you see and say and do. And this time around, could we please lock this web open for good? Could we build right into the code a system that cannot be shut down at the whim of a single actor? If we pull all of those thoughts together to create a safe, enduring, persistent, certifiable, authenticatable web, that is the vision that we set out for some 6 years ago. But I want to remind you that the great Larry Lessig, law professor at Harvard, said that technology alone cannot change societies, that there are 4 levers of change. Certainly there's the architecture or the technology, but there's also the laws, the markets, and the norms. And by norms, I think he meant the values. And that's what you in this room represent today. You're technologists, but you're also policymakers. You're creators of economies. And you are the artists and activists that are always at the forefront talking about the values we need to hold dear. It's going to take every single one of you in this room to really build a better web. Now, for me, this journey started in 2015 on this stage at the Ford Foundation, when 5 of the world's largest foundations pulled together some big thinkers, including Brewster Kahle, the founder of the Internet Archive, my boss, and they said, what could you suggest, a moonshot, for building a stronger digital society? And Brewster said, well, I see these nascent pieces of technology that you could bring together and create what he called a distributed web. Well, we have since renamed that to the decentralized web, but in 2016, he asked me to create the first decentralized web summit. And we invited the father of the internet, Vint Cerf, the father of the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, to come, because the concept was, if we brought together the pioneers of Web 2 and introduced them into deep dialogue with the creators of Web 3, in this case, Zuko Wilcox, creator of Zcash and Tahoe Labs, couldn't we do a better job with a little hindsight? Couldn't we learn what the triumphs and the tribulations were in Web 2? So it was just a great time of heady exploration, too. It was a time when we gathered people from the Global South who were building mesh networks for community networking and running IPFS across Raspberry Pis in the Global South. And we realized back then, even as early as 2016, 2018, that we were going to need more than just top technologists. So we gathered lawyers and builders. Excuse me. Builders and librarians, together with the top people building the core technologies. This was Builders' Day in 2016, and if you looked carefully, you would see a young Juan Benet, the founders of Blockstack, which became Stacks, and Yolocom, and Matrix, and Ethereum, all there, before they even had very much working code, talking about what was it that we really needed to create. Then by 2018, we were 1,000 strong, this time with many more activists and artists and lawyers and policymakers, together with the top technologists. It seemed to us that next what we really needed to do was have a manifesto, a group of principles that would be like North Stars for us to keep us going in the right direction. So the decentralized web community organized a year-long process to create 5 core principles, and I want to share them just briefly with you. That this technology is really built for human agency. And so that means that the data developed through this technology really needs to be controlled by people, by the people themselves. It also suggests that interoperability and open source technology are going to be core. We also said that this should be distributed benefits, that the values and the rewards should go together to everyone who contributes. That this time around we needed to build technology fundamentally transparent, inclusive, built on respect and trust. That this technology needs to empower people. And so if our goal is to really mitigate the kinds of harms against people, human rights abuses, when we see our technology being used for ill, we need to stand up and call that out and hold it to account. And that the technology that we build needs to do its best to preserve the planet. In fact, Kelsey Briesman, who's in the audience, she helped lead a MozFest session, and someone said, why are you just trying to mitigate the harms to the planet? Can't you actually use Web3 to improve the situation of the planet? Indeed. So if these are the principles, the North Stars that we're going to use, I just want to remind everybody that this decentralized web that we're going to be talking about and building today It's in its very earliest stages. You each have the opportunity at this early day to chart a course, a better course, toward the values that we all hold dear. And I want you to remember that it's our job to keep and hold everyone accountable, because only if we do that, only if we get the lawyers and the economists and the technologists and the artists and the activists working together, only then are we going to build the web that we truly deserve. Thank you.
All right, I think we also have someone joining remotely, so just, all right, wonderful. Okay, how's everyone doing this morning? Are we good? Ooh. We've had tacos. I see some. All right. Oh. Check, check. Okay. Great, wonderful. We're going to go ahead and get started. So this is community archiving on the decentralized web. Web3 technologies are enabling the preservation of information in unique and transformative ways, particularly for marginalized communities. Today we're going to be hearing from leaders, thought leaders, and the most forward-thinking archivists and civic leaders to explore how these innovations can protect and preserve critical information for future generations across the web. We'll also explore the concerns and challenges for legacy institutions, such as libraries and research institutions, of adopting these technologies, as well as how organizations like Digital Public Library and the Internet Archive and others are helping to bridge this gap. So I'm going to start by introducing the panelists, of course. Joining me remotely from Prague is Yvonne Ing. She is a digital archivist at Witness. Witness is an international nonprofit helping people use video and technology to protect and defend human rights. Yvonne trains and supports partners on collecting, managing, and preserving video documentation for human rights advocacy. Outside of Witness, Yvonne serves on the board of directors for the Association of Moving Image Archivists and on the advisory board of the Memory Lab Network and Documenting the Now. And then on stage with us, we have Brewster Kahle here in the middle. He is the founder and digital librarian at the Internet Archive, a nonprofit that is building the digital library of internet sites and other cultural artifacts in digital form. He talks often about providing universal access to all knowledge, and he makes it happen through his work with the Internet Archive. We have Kelsey Braceman. She's a civics science fellow at with the Environmental Data and Governance Initiative. Also, do you say that edgy? Okay, great. It's so cute, so I wanted to make sure, edgy. This is a watchdog group for federal environmental data. In her current role with EDGI, Kelsey is building on her work, in EDGI is pronounced EDGI, archiving data and environmental enforcement watch. She focuses on data ownership models, environmental accountability, and intentional community. That's amazing. And she's working with the Starling Lab as director of the Archive Accelerator, exploring the applicability of Web3 solutions for environmental justice groups. And then last but not least, hey there, we have John Bracken. He is the executive director of Digital Public Library of America, a nonprofit focused on maximizing public access to our shared history, culture, and knowledge. And myself, hi, I'm Bailey Reitzel. I have a longtime crypto journalist, started writing about crypto when it was just Bitcoin back in 2012. So it feels like it's been 30 years, honestly. It has really taken a toll on my psyche. But I still love the work that crypto is doing and the questions that it's asking. So I want to start with sort of setting up what is wrong with the internet today and how we archive the internet. And Brewster, I'm going to pass this to you. So while I'm starting this, just be thinking about your answer here. I think one of the things that's really powerful about decentralized storage is the fact that it can lead to permanence of these digital objects where we spend most of our lives. Or maybe not where we spend most of our lives, but where we are spending a considerable amount of our lives today. And it's hard to really understand what that means unless something tragic happens to some of the data that you love. So in a personal experience, I've written about crypto across a wide range of mainstream media publications and also crypto publications. One of those crypto publications, I had done sort of archiving work on Bitcoin's 10-year anniversary, which was a couple years ago, I believe. So 100 pieces of content over print, audio, and video, and that was all on a custom-built website. When that website, when the broader publication ended up doing a rebrand, I lost it. It is seemingly probably somewhere still, but that website has gone down. You know, you get the 404 era, like many of us have probably stumbled on the internet, and that really, you know, that hurt, and that really solidified why the decentralized web and decentralized storage is so important to me, because that's part of my resume, right? And so I've lost that part of my resume. So that is to say, passing it to you, Brewster, to sort of like set up the problem with the web as it is today, and then how this decentralized storage, decentralized web architecture fixes that.
Yeah, well, the web is great, right? We were all probably here because we could all join into the web without getting permission. That it was just by paying attention to the protocols, we could set up a website on our, you know, if you're old enough, on your old Mac, and the like. So it was terrific, and it felt decentralized in a way that AOL or these other systems, or even the big publishers, you know, getting into the New York Times was a real headache. So you can go and make your own blog, your own system, and make that work with open protocols. All good. But there's a problem. It's completely centralized again, at least for each one of those sources. So it's just like those magazines, that's the only place, kinda, that it lives. And the Internet Archive tried to fix this by inventing a kludge called the Wayback Machine, by taking a snapshot of all web pages, you know, as often as we can, to go and make a record of it so that at least the out-of-print web pages would be available, because the average life of a web page is about 100 days before it's either changed or deleted. It's like, Jesus. So that's no way to build a culture. So what do you do then? You know, but the idea of a snapshot of web pages isn't good enough. What we really want is to be able to fork those websites, to have living websites preserved. Right? How do you do that? And some of the genesis for the decentralized web from our perspective, and why we put out this call, was to try to build a web that worked a little bit more like the old style publishing. It used to be the publishers would go and publish things, and they would go and sell them, really sell them, not license them, this is the problem, to go and have them be owned by individuals and institutions, and there's lots of copies. And then those organizations know what they're supposed to do to go and try to preserve this stuff. That's not how the web works. So can we get back to some of that structure where you're still having people get paid? Good. But there's many copies existing in many places that will outlive any one of those institutions folding, becoming unavailable, or the like. So can we go and make the web work a little bit more like Git, if you will? Right? You say, okay, that's still centralized. But you know, the idea that you can check out and go and keep running websites with their data as it existed at a particular time. Kind of surreal, right? So we tried at least going and making the Internet Archive, but decentralized. The dweb.archive.org is a prototype. And now we're trying to go and put a lot of we're almost at 100 petabytes at the Internet Archive, which is kind of awesome, of these materials. And we're trying to put as much as we can into Filecoin and storage to go and try out and test out and help along these nascent technologies, you know, and try to get them to actually work. So we're looking for more participation to go and sort of see this vision through, where there's going to be multiple copies, there's selling, not licensing, There's multiple locations that we have lots of winners. You can actually have people get paid by publishing on the web. Wouldn't that be awesome? And be able to have an enduring legacy of the works, the cultural works of our generation.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
John, I see you taking notes over here.
mean,
I love
you're
this.
talking.
I love this. I love this. So, did you want to add anything to that, just as the Digital Public Library of America, like what you struggle with already in sort of archiving that data, and then talk a little bit about how you're using this Web3 decentralized web.
Yeah, no, that's a great, what you struggle with is like, how much time do you got, right?
Yeah, right.
And I think, one of the key aspects of the Digital Public Library of America is everything we do is in partnership and collaboration. So we get to work with over 4,000 place-based institutions across the US, ranging in size from the Internet Archive and the National Archives to small, really small community archives. And I guess, to tell you a little bit about what that struggle looks like, I'll tell you a story about one of the archives, community-based archive that I visited pre-pandemic in a major city. They maybe have 1.5 full-time employees. They have amazing collections in boxes, right, upstairs in their attic, many of which have been damaged by storms and rain. There was a car accident, a car ran into their corner and took out part of the building, right? And so this is a vital, it's a community-based institution where people from the community literally built the building and have maintained the building. They don't have a digital strategy, they don't have a digital approach, right? And so as our team have been engaging in conversations and exploring more intentionally, it's going back a couple of years, but even more so over the last year, about what the possibilities are for our partners of what Brewster's talking about. That's the archetype I have in mind of the libraries and archives generally, as some of you know, are overburdened, underappreciated, and underfunded and under-equipped. And we also ask a lot about them. And so what I'm excited about the possibilities in leaning at everything Wendy just said, is how do we take advantage of what we've learned over the last, however long we've been at the table, 20, 30 years, what we did wrong in building the structures of Web 1 and Web 2, and how we can really intentionally build tools and approaches and processes that put those types of community efforts and their impact first.
Sure, yeah. And Yvonne, I'm going to kick it to you in Prague. Just why is this so important for the communities that you work with?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Great, thank you so much for having me here. Yeah, so just speaking of archives, generally archives play a really central role in human rights, so ensuring like basic human rights like right to know, right to justice, right to reparations. And then in the longer term within communities, archives play a really important role in creating a sense of belonging, shared history, identity, and enabling memorialization of a community's history. And so, this sort of work is facilitated by archives like big and small, so like government and institutional archives, larger scale archives like Brewster's Internet Archive, and also by like smaller community archives like the one that John mentioned visiting. Within the human rights world, there's also a lot of archives being maintained by organizations that are not, explicitly archives, but that are doing human rights research, doing open source investigations, doing human rights advocacy. And there are really important archives of documentation containing like human rights, evidence of human rights abuses, documentation of social movements that are held in those collections that can be used for evidentiary purposes, but also for long-term memory purposes as well. So I think the decentralized web, I think the reason it's really great that we're having this conversation today is because there is an opportunity now, as the decentralized web and Web3 is sort of at its beginning stages, to have these conversations about how what the human rights impacts of the decentralized web could be, and how to incorporate human rights principles from the design, from the beginning, from the design stage. Because I think one of the shortcomings of the Web 2 or the internet as it exists now is that it didn't really take into consideration these human rights impacts from the time that it was being designed and from the time that it started expanding into all these newer markets, and not really taking into consideration, the realities of the world and existing inequalities and, and human rights violations that were taking place. And so that's why we have what you see now with these sort of band-aid solutions of like content moderation and oversight boards and content labels on misinformation. There's a really great article by Rebecca McKinnon who talks about Web 2 and what, looking back at it, what could have been done better to protect human rights and thinking towards Web 3. So I think, this is a really good time to be having this conversation about how the decentralized web can be used to make our societies like more open, more fair, more inclusive, more democratic, instead of making them worse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just piggybacking off that time, I'm seeing a lot of articles about this particular artist, and I would butcher her name if I even tried, but a Ukrainian artist whose some of her work has been lost in Russia invading Ukraine, right? And I don't want to get super political here, but I feel that we have the opportunity to sort of make sure that even, a physical work getting destroyed is terrible, right? But we have the opportunity to make sure that those physical works are also held in a digital space where they do have permanence, and we can look at them for years and years to come. In doing research about decentralized web and also IPFS and Filecoin, one of the things that I had stumbled on is just, a high-level domain name was .yu at the time when Yugoslavia was a country, right? When it was all held together. That domain name has been totally lost, and with it, all of that content that was at .yu, right? And, I don't know what content was there. I never needed to research Yugoslavia at that time. I was quite young when that was happening. And so I have no idea what was on there, but it does feel like we've lost something in the fact that we've lost that. Like, I would love to go through those archives and sort of see what was there. So that's just sort of like piggybacking on this opportunity that we have. Awesome, yes, great, yeah. I need to go look in the Wayback Machine. I'm gonna hand it over to Kelsey to talk a little bit about what Edgy is doing with community archiving on the decentralized web as well, and just like, again, why this is so important to keep this environmental data in a place that is permanent.
Yeah, that's, well, I'll tell you, part of archiving is part of Edgy's founding story. So in November of 2016, we elected Trump, who was actively denying climate science at the time. Not to get political, but that did happen. And there was this big concern because something similar had happened in Canada where there was access lost to climate information. And so in the US, a bunch of people sent around an email, a number of whom are still my collaborators, and basically they said, hey, what do we do to make sure that this doesn't happen here, that we save as much as we can just in case? Because we rely on .gov, right? We believe the things that are at .gov web addresses. But one of the things that we've found as Edgy over the course of our work is that there is actually very little regulation around what an agency puts on their website and what they save. And so we actually partnered with, and when I say we, I actually wasn't there yet, but we partnered with the Internet Archive for a lot of the archiving, a huge amount, which is still being crawled on a regular basis, to try to do this preservation. But there's this challenge of, okay, well, you've taken the website information, and if you're familiar with the Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine, that's really cool. That's great, and in fact, a lot of people know about this. But it's still kind of in one place, with exceptions, obviously. Is that really better? Is that really safer? Is that really the right way to hold critical data? Or is there a way that we could make data more resilient by default? And so that kind of launched our journey and my personal journey, towards the decentralized web, to look at this question of, can we make data, by virtue of its use, can we make it safer? Can we make it more protected? Because any data that is not actively being preserved, that doesn't have a plan for preservation and an action for preservation, by default will disappear. And I think that, like, even especially with the concept of the Internet Archive, right? People kind of believe that once you put something on the internet, it's there forever, and it's not. It's just not, as you well know. What I'm doing now is kind of more exploratory, experimental, and it's a little bit more in this environmental justice space. So, you know, as a bit of a transition, we work on environmental data justice. And the concept of environmental justice is that marginalized groups often have basically a double burden of living with the effects of an environmental issue. For example, a petroleum plant that's spewing benzene into the air and causing cancer. Then they also have the second burden, which is proving the issue and trying to get someone to deal with the problem. And then you also have data justice, where you have this question of who owns the data, who has power over the data, who chose what was surveilled, who is believed, whose data is listened to. When you look at environmental data justice, the concept is basically that you have these problems of power and control with data in this like much broader concern of these marginalized communities that are getting this double burden. So what I'm working on now is sort of this hope that says, can we get power and control to people who don't normally get listened to, whose data don't normally get believed, whose stories are maybe not taken as data, whose lived experiences are maybe not commonly believed? And can we get them into this space as key stakeholders now, early, when we're still deciding how the protocols work, so that this time, these voices, which are often not in the room when the decisions are being made about how protocols are built, so that those voices are there and they're saying, wait a minute, that's not going to work for me because. So I know that's a bit all over the place, but
no, that was great. Yeah, that was great.
That's our current work.
I can say +1 on that, and like I totally want to hear more about how you do that. What are the processes and systems you're implementing for that? Because that's exactly what we're trying to do too.
Oh,
so
nice.
The fact that you're already doing it is I want notes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think, you know, a lot, when I look at the history of crypto, like over my 10 years in the space, I mean, it doesn't, it doesn't feel like we're bringing a lot of diversity to the table, to be fair, in building these protocols. And, you know, that's fine in certain ways, but it's also very bad in many other ways. And so, yeah, I don't know, John, if you want to sort of piggyback there on just like how you are trying to think about building these systems in a diversified way. Yeah.
Well, I think, I think one of the nice benefits of the last 2 years, I think a lot of us as individuals and as institutions have been able to reflect on our place in history, right? And I think as an entity that grew out of a legacy institution, we were spun out of Harvard 9 years ago, in a field in which systems of oppression and white supremacy have been baked in, often intentionally, sometimes unintentionally, but often intentionally over hundreds of years, right? That's real work to do, to take on, to name that, and to build the structures and processes to take that on. And it's also not an 18-month plan, right? And so I think, Brewster said something last night about, it was a reminder that even what you just said around, 10 years feels like 30 years. I'm reminded, I have a child who was born in October of 2009, right? So she's as old as the white paper, right? The blockchain white paper and the Bitcoin white paper. And that's not that long of a period of time. When we're talking about institutions and memories and structures of oppression that go back decades and centuries. And so I think to some degree, giving ourselves the freedom and space to think about how we really want to deconstruct that work intentionally, and giving ourselves the time and freedom and not feeling like we need to move so quickly on a day-to-day basis. And that's something we're trying to do just purely by having conversations, right? I mean, just in this year, we've probably had a dozen conversations with our core partners about what excites them and worries them about exploring decentralized web technologies.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to add, Brewster?
Yeah. I'm going to riff on the great work that Edgy has done and sort of how we're trying to address. Let's take the Ukrainian crisis and sort of kind of what's going on and just give you some of the problems and issues for those of you that want to try to help with some of the problems and issues. Here's kind of what we're seeing. Okay, we get Ukraine gets attacked. The Internet Archive, as well as lots and lots and lots of others go and say, oh my God, what can we do here? There's a Slack channel with over 1,000 people on it that are coordinating activities to go and try to digitally archive Ukrainian websites. Now, not only is Ukraine, but also there's problems with Russia, right? They're shutting down a lot of their internet structures. A lot of the openness that we've built over the last few decades is getting shut down. So the openness, a lot of those magazines, newspapers, scientific journals, all those sites are really in risk. So there's a tremendous amount of people trying to help figure out how they can coordinate. And Edgy was one of the terrific, really major scale disaster relief organizations in the digital space. So that's trying to get archiving it. Then they're storing it. Well, you just say, oh, well, we're crypto people. We'll just go and make lots of copies and put it out there. Yeah, maybe. But there's some policy issues around this, especially in who gets access to it and who uses it. So we're getting contacted by a lot of Ukrainians going and saying, I really need to not show up right now, or I could get killed. So there are issues and policy issues in these that are more than just the libertarian dream of any barrier to access is censorship. Whenever I hear the word censorship or freedom, I try to figure out what do people mean by that and how deep is their understanding of the real issues underneath these. So we've got some positive motivation structures, people that are building things towards aggregating people towards action. But how do you go and build technologies so that they're not all just, say, at the Internet Archive and our replicas? And we're trying to work towards that. This community is trying to work towards that. But then how do we also have policy structures that allow flexibility to make it so that the real world doesn't actually, we don't end up building something worse. And unintentional consequences should be just the byline of almost everything we do. So we should try to figure out how do we go and build these technologies to work. And what I love is you guys are here, right? I mean, that we're here, that we're trying, right? We're participating in these new technologies to try to figure out how do you go and keep a North Star? How do you keep some of the ideas and structures and the complexity and it's not just solved with just a magic wand of a new protocol. How do we go and build these technologies to work better for us over longer periods of time? I can tell you by being involved in the .com movement and also before that and before that and before that in the internet structures, we, equivalent of us, gathered to try to solve some of these problems, and we came up with the best answers that we could at the technologies of the time. The things that we have that they didn't have is encryption, we've got hashing, we've got broad adoption of IP protocols. How do we go and leverage those new technologies to build better technologies than what we had before?
Yeah, absolutely. Yvonne, I want to pass it to you for that question as well. Just how has it been working in this decentralized web? I typically call this the crypto space, in terms of trying to bring in that diversity. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as Brewster is mentioning, I think we're seeing a lot of interesting uses of decentralized technologies in contexts, like Ukraine and Russia now. For instance, people using Tor network to reach blocked news sites, to circumvent surveillance and censorship. There's also interesting work being done with peer-to-peer communication tools, tools like MedPayo, which Digital Democracy developed that with indigenous communities in the Amazon for open source mapping via a peer-to-peer network. So there's a lot of interesting examples of I think, decentralized tech being used. I'm not so much seeing that much in terms of preservation. So at Witness, we're really our focus is on video, and my background is as an audio-visual archivist. And I currently am not really aware of many projects, community-based projects, smaller scale projects that are doing preservation using decentralized web tools. The project that I know of, that are around now are like, the Internet Archive, or projects like Starling Lab that are sort of larger scale organizations with more resources. I think there's still a lot of questions, learning and development to be done before, I think smaller scale organizations might be able to participate in preservation on the decentralized web. I think some of the questions, include, like, I think security, Brewster mentioned, is a big one. I think we need to have a better understanding of the security risks of putting things on the decentralized web. For instance, like the immutability that is sort of touted as a feature, I think is not necessarily always what is needed for certain sort of threat models. I think there's questions about like the economic model. So like, how much will it cost a small organization, a community-based organization, to keep their stuff stored on the decentralized web? Are those costs going to be predictable over time? I think there's, just questions about like migration. Like, a lot of collections, aren't online, and how do you get them onto the decentralized web? But I think there is a role for these larger institutions like Internet Archive, who are doing these sort of pilot projects now that we could learn from and grow from there.
Yeah, so let's dig into some of the issues, some of the ones that Yvonne mentioned, but the first one I want to start out with is curation. So maybe Kelsey, you can take this one. Because if you're preserving a bunch of environmental data, and environmental data that is factual over some of the stuff that's just on the wider web, let's say, how do we figure out how to get regular internet users to that specific site, and then sort of filter through all the data, right, to get to what they need and what they want to learn?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. And I want to make sure that when we show up in these spaces, especially these spaces, like this is the Filecoin space, the Filecoin Foundation space today, this is a decentralized web panel. I want to make sure that when we have these conversations, we're not just going to assume that it is a good tool or the right tool for all things, or maybe for any things, right? I want us to be questioning, actually, like Yvonne and I spoke on the phone, or Zoom or whatever, a month ago. And one of the things that I really appreciated that she said is, she was like, look, don't tell me about, any of these technologies that I can't hand to people on the ground. If it's not going to make their lives better, I don't want them using it. And I think that we're kind of in that space right now where there is this big concern about, the internet's a huge place, and finding the right thing that you're actually looking for is quite hard. And an overload of information, that's like a classic technique for hiding information. So I think that's a really good question. There's a couple of different angles to look at this from. We've been presented with the issue before of trying to figure out, in a particular instance, there was a chemical tank that caught on fire, actually here in Texas. And during the course of that, one of the air monitoring pieces was taken offline. And so the Sierra Club actually came and approached us and said, hey, it might be really important to save this data in case, the folks handling these air monitors, like based on that activity, we don't know if that's totally a trustworthy entity at this point. So can you make sure this gets saved? And we came and looked at this and said, well, I don't know. I don't know, like it's a small team, and we were like, I don't know what the right thing is to save. Like, we're not necessarily the experts on what's going to be necessary down the line in case people, get really sick and need to be able to sue or to prove something. And so that's one of those really hard questions, is you need subject matter experts if you're trying to decide which data to save in a certain way. Another way of answering that question is to instead say, let's assume that we have some amount of data that we consider to have passed some like bar of criticality, right? Now maybe the prioritization question is how at risk is it and from what? I have a paper actually that I worked on with some folks at the Earth Science Information Partners called Risk Assessment for Scientific Data, which might be like a good start to just kind of, you know, put stuff on a matrix of how likely is this and how like political endangerment, floods, tsunamis, like all this different stuff. That might be a really helpful way to begin to do that assessment and say, okay, well this is going to be, you know, what we say first because we're most worried about it. And you don't even just want to say, let's now put this on the decentralized web and assume it's safe forever. Instead, you want to say, hey, what's Web 2 good at? And what's Web 3 good at? And if this is a really critical piece of data, what are the overlaps that we can create between these two technologies such that it's safe from both of those things? Because you might have an issue, for example, in the Web 3 technology where a lot of this stuff is new. If it stops working, you know, that's a different kind of risk. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I riff off that
Yeah,
for a
of course,
second? I
of
mean, I
course.
think that's the parallels for what you're describing in our community is similar, and we haven't written a white paper on it. You're definitely thinking about it in an advanced way, but you know, I think initially in our space there was a lot of excitement of just let's put the stuff online, let's get it online. Isn't that exciting? Great, it's there. And this curatorial layer is coming later, right? And I would say when I talk to our partners, one of the core questions they're focused on is how do I get my stuff used, right? How do I make it so that people can curate their own collections? How can I increase the discoverability and impact of our materials? So when we think about the possibilities, that's one of the areas that pops up a lot. And the other is sort of what maximum storage really can, the possibilities for that, right? So we've begun to explore with a set of partners how do we take advantage of the fact that there's 7 times as many libraries in the US as there are McDonald's, right? How do we take advantage of the place-based value that these institutions bring to the country? And can we take advantage of that sort of foot traffic and experience, and what does a digital library in place look like? And can we do things like individual archiving and lean into sort of reimagining what archiving really looks like, and then also layer in that use layer?
Yeah, no, I would love to see that happen. I'm a big supporter of libraries over here. Feel like they're, you know, undervalued in the U.S. And yeah, so piggybacking off that, you know, there are some. All of this technology is actually really tough to use. You know, I assume that most people here are sort of crypto native or have used, you know, MetaMask, Bitcoin, yada, 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 all these different crypto protocols. But it is a struggle. So even if you sort of know how to move through that process, a lot of people don't. And I'll give one example. So I did this poetry project recently where it also had an NFT that I was just airdropping to folks. And I brought over 5 of my friends and said, I want you to test this, right? And taking them through the process of like setting up a MetaMask, adding the Matic network. And if you don't know what some of this means, this is the point, right? It's just all very challenging. And then to get them the actual NFT, you know, these are some of my good friends, and they were like, is this a scam? Are you trying to steal my money? And I'm like, of course not. But this is the problem, is like a lot of this stuff is just, for the everyday user, it's just too tough right now. And so these two have made wonderful points there. Brewster, I want to throw it to you because you had mentioned policy and flexibility, and I feel like those are almost oxymorons, to be fair. And so I want you to maybe talk about the issues that you're seeing around policy, regulation, legislation with this kind of decentralized web architecture and technology.
I think content moderation is going to be one of our big challenges out there. And would like to get us thinking about what do we do in that space. And not all content moderation, I would suggest, is bad to do. Universal access and privacy are a bit of the sort of flip parts of the same coin. So how do we go and build systems that work better there? And how do we engage a lot of people in this process? So to sort of try to answer the how do you go and scale, right, from the small group that EDGI started as, but is now a network of massive numbers. The Internet Archive has 900 library and museum partners that are archiving the web sort of for their own. And they basically use the Internet Archive as a platform to go and build this, and it all goes into the Wayback Machine, and then people can go and pull at it for different purposes. And we're trying to figure out how much commercial use should we allow to people data strafing the Internet Archive. Like, you know, you can take this sort of your classic, let's just look for email addresses, right? And it's okay, that would be bad. But there's other more scammy things you can imagine that you could go and build profiles of people out of. And it's a little bit of how much do you trust the world with the data? And how, you know, if you're in the Ukraine right now, the answer would probably be not very much. But what we've had in the United States for the last quite a while is quite a bit. And how do we go and build systems that have a continuity across that, where people are feeling that's not necessarily the most taken care of by the tech community, and basically understand and build systems that work for them as well. We've taken a relatively centralized structure for access restrictions, and we call them policy, because it's not just things that are illegal, it's things that just shouldn't be available, or there's privacy, trademark, other types of issues. But if there's something that I would love to have conversations about, either this week, or other times, is some of the content moderation issues that we're going to run into really quickly. Because if you take BitTorrent as sort of one of the first, real decentralized structures, and we built dweb.archive.org, somewhat on Filecoin, somewhat on dweb, somewhat on these on BitTorrent type structures to go and make it so it's easy to use, right? So it's you just use dweb.archive.org, and presto, you're using the decentralized web. Cool, but you think about what happened to BitTorrent. They got kind of pushed into a corner of just doing movies for free, right? But it's so much better technology than that. I think it's kind of what's going on with Bitcoin, and some of it's being pushed out of. It could be the Alipay of America, but it's not. Why not, right? And so we've got some policy issues, governance problems, but we have some ways to go, such as being pushed into just doing crappy things. Some of the first uses of some of these decentralized storage structures are going to be going and holding and storing things that are pushed off of other environments. So we're going to run into this soon. So let's get ahead of it. Let's show that we're talking about it. Let's see if we can come up with some solutions, and try to get some of the policy aspects going forward sooner rather than later.
Yeah, for sure. Yvonne, I wanted to pass it to you to talk a little bit more about maybe some challenges, but in terms of correcting the records, so we talk about blockchain being permanent and immutable, and I guess one of the things that I worry about in that conversation is that the bureaucracy to then change that piece of content or whatever you have done, the hurdle is just so high to do that, right? So, while there could be like a list of the corrections, so say you write a news article, it needs a correction, right now that's easy, right? Correction at the bottom, you change the story. But if this is all on an immutable blockchain, does that become a lot harder to change? And how do then people, this is the same curation problem, how do people find that correction if it's on a different place on the blockchain? So I don't know, Yvonne, if you want to sort of take that question, because maybe some of the work that you've been seeing in the video space, in the video archiving space, is like that, where someone might say a stat and then actually that stat is wrong and they, you need to go back and correct it or something of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a challenge. I mean, just to go back to your first point about this high bar to entry, I definitely agree that there is this sort of high barrier for ordinary people, communities to sort of get into this DWeb space. Like as you mentioned, in terms of just like literacy and understanding of what crypto, what all of these things are, but also when we're talking about things like decentralized storage, there's like high cost of entry, for to be anything other than a consumer or a user of the technology, as opposed to somebody who is part of creating it. There is I think a huge barrier in terms of cost and hardware and all of those things. I think another barrier is also just the concern about like risks. This relates to the policy discussion we were just having. Like when we're working within like centralized structures, like with big tech companies or with state, governments and state apparatuses, they do provide some degree of protection in some cases. Like there's regulations, there's legal protections, and legal liability and insurance when you operate within like these sort of centralized state structures. And then, so what does that mean when you don't have those kind of protections anymore? I think there's also questions around, there's some. Some argument that there's value to certain types of centralization, as Brewster was saying. So, when things are completely decentralized, what is the potential for that to sort of undermine, traditional accountability structures or rule of law? Like, so example I'm thinking of is like, people talking about how crypto might be used, for Russia to undermine economic sanctions that are being imposed by states. Or just, recently the example of Russia developing its own TLS certificates to certify Russian websites, that's like, independent of, the international, certification bodies. So yes, I think there are a lot of questions and challenges, like the immutability one you just mentioned. And I think these are all the things that, we need to address and include people in the process. Again, as I was saying, not just as users and consumers of the technology, although that's okay if that's what people want to be. And I think in many cases, like people they don't really care that much about the underlying, technological architecture. They just want a tool that helps them do what they were intending to do. And, I appreciate Kelsey bringing up the conversation we had previously about, people want something that works. And, I think maybe, approach is to sort of make sure we bake into all of those considerations into the tools that we create. And then the users don't really have to like worry about it. Like they just need to use the tools, and they have, these kind of considerations and security concerns kind of incorporated into the design.
Yeah, Kelsey, did you want to piggyback off that?
Yeah, I did a bit. So I know my introduction was a long one, but I'm at Edgy and also at Starling Lab in the middle of a civic science fellowship. So I find myself in this bridge role fairly often. Edgy works on this environmental data justice concept, but not typically from a decentralized web perspective. And then Starling Lab is in this space of being, looking at Web3 technologies, but in as neutral as possible of a way. And what Starling does that I think is really, really cool is they go out and they find cohorts of people who can try stuff that have real needs. Right now the main focus is journalists, but because I'm here and because my civic science fellowship is about environmental justice communities, we'll also be asking the question of how Web3 technologies can or cannot enable environmental justice communities. And we're not going in assuming that, yes, this is going to work. We're going in with hopes that we might be able to be useful here. But what Starling Lab does that's really cool is meets with the people and says, why'd you show up and raise your hand to be in this cohort? What did you come here hoping for? And then goes back and has a very small engineering team that's doing non-scalable prototypes of just stitching, duct taping, gluing things together on the back end to make it work like we hope it someday might, for the people who are actually trying to use this stuff in the field. And we're seeing, journalists in different types of critical situations on the ground using these prototype tools. And obviously it's frustrating to some large extent, but they're able to come back and have these meetings with us and say, look, it's only going to work if. But this part was really cool, and I wasn't able to do that before. And so that's been a really interesting approach, and we're hoping to do the same thing with environmental justice communities and go out and say, look, we're happy to onboard you as much as you like. And right now what I'm working on is the archive accelerator, which the concept is basically that a cohort's going to come in, and in the space of approximately a weekend, what I'd like them to do, and these should be non-technologists, I would like these stakeholder groups would come in and basically, develop an assessment framework for thinking about both Web 2 and Web 3 technologies. Spend some time trying different, I think of them as pathways or flows, like from having the data here to having it, wherever you're trying to have it in the decentralized web space. Do some assessment on that and walk out on the last day having thought about, who within my org would I need to pitch. What are the things that we know and don't know about the costs and the future stability of this thing? So there's this ton of translation work that has to happen, but it's not impossible to do even while the technology is pretty early. And in fact, it's critical that we do this translation work early because we need to be able to get the voices from people who are not typically the technologists, and have them hear, problems that might not be encountered by the people who are normally at the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to kind of change the subject just a little bit. One thing I think about a lot, and it's because, again, I've been in crypto a long time, very meme heavy, very ephemeral nature of communication in the crypto space. So maybe Brewster, I'll let you take this one first, but is there content that we don't care to save for eternity? So one example might be every episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians or something like that. Is there, how do we, yeah, I know. I knew somebody. Somebody will tell me that Keeping Up with the Kardashians should be saved for all time. But I guess, how do you think about what is kept and what is not?
One of the real challenges of our whole world, right? What John was talking about, the existing system is, in general, libraries and archives exist to collect things after people die. So it was used for something, and then it's dumped on the archives after the fact. And I can tell you, we're getting a lot of, let me tell you about Dr. Toy, who died. He collected toy manuals and toy catalogs for decades. We're getting his physical collection. Completely cool. Okay, all right, reel it back in, Brewster. But at this point with digital, you have to go and collect it preemptively. It doesn't exist long enough if you don't. Think of the other drafts of that great American novel that Kelsey's writing that she just overstomped on her Google Drive, right? And it's if you don't get it now, it's gone, and that's a real challenge for trying to figure out how do you make things not last, or how do you do the curation? Do you do the curation before or after? And if you do it after, what do you do about the stuff you shouldn't have collected? And archives aren't very good at deleting things. And so how do you go and have things that are kind of marginal? Either because you shouldn't have them, or there's this concept called the Giftschrank. I'm mangling the German. It's a poison cabinet. Every archive has one. And it's the things that you don't talk about. It's the secret archives of the Vatican, right? It's the stuff that's sort of, some of that stuff you really should have because it's really necessary to have, but you want to limit the use of it. Some of it is eh. So how do you go and do curation in this digital space when the time axis has changed so much? And I don't know the answer to that. One thing I am worried about is we may not be able to get access to these materials. If the app world wins, then we're sunk, right? The Internet Archive really works quite well because we're built on top of an open system, which is the World Wide Web. We can go and crawl things. We're getting blocked by things like paywalls, which is getting to be a problem, and then there's licensing problems and lawsuits. Awesome. Great ways to go and basically burn libraries. But imagine App World, where you really can't actually get at the stuff at all. From a third party, all right? Going and trying to get in, they don't have APIs. They're really designed around that one application framework. So to the extent that Web3 is really going towards app world, I'm really quite worried. The decentralized web, we were trying to make it still an interlocked, interlinking, interoperable environment. And I'm not sure which way this whole thing is going. You know, there are these words that are not quite defined yet, but we've got some challenges ahead of us. Let's make it safe to still live in an interlocked, interconnected, interoperable world. So that, you know, companies don't feel like they have to be completely beside that to be able to make their businesses work. That some of it's just money, but a lot of it's control. How do we go and make that still work so we can have other organizations like libraries, archives, and others build on top of this ecosystem? We'll see how it all plays out, but actually you guys get to be a lot of the game masters. Right? You guys get to go and try to figure out how this game is going to be played. It's early enough that even the words aren't even defined yet, much well as the protocols and how they're going to be used. So let's do a good job of it. Let's get together, have these conversations. Glad you guys are here. This is Decentralized Web Summit this summer. Please come. But there's gatherings to try to build a web that works better for more people. And that, I hope, is our challenge, which wasn't quite your question.
It's okay.
But
yeah, it's all right. John, I wanted you to add on to that, if you could. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think this sort of the historical approach and giving ourselves that arc is so powerful and important. I think one of the lessons I have, right, from back in the day is this notion of, hey, I'm from the internet, I'm here to help, right, and walking into a community or a project and saying, that's not going to fly. And it's not going to fly just because we decided that's not going to fly. That's just not going to fly with the communities that we're trying to work with, right? They don't want to hear that. And so the bridging function that you identified, Kelsey, I feel like is so essential in defining what that means and what that really looks like. What does power distribution look like? How do you center marginalized conversations and people in a decentralized environment?
And feed that back up to the developers. It doesn't work
Totally.
if you don't go both ways.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, yeah. And just like to wrap this up, because I think we're out of time. Yeah, I think it's not our job to curate what we save, right? Because some of the things that I do not think are important, right? Keeping up with the Kardashians could be important, and it could speak to the time that we were in our lives, right? That reality TV was such a big deal. And so one of the examples that I'll just leave y'all with, you guys should visit milliondollarhomepage.com. It is just, some of you will know this, but this kid who's like, if I can get $1 per pixel, and then people started sending him money and advertising on that space. And when you look at it, it's just amazing what the internet used to be like. And I can't remember exactly when he started that, but it's worth going and looking at those advertisements. And I think stuff like that, at the time, we wouldn't have thought, oh, we should save those. But now that it is still there, I do think it is. It's a way to sort of look at the history and look at what the internet and that time period used to be like. So I say save it all. But yeah, that's all for our panel. Thank you guys so much for listening. Thank you to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Bailey, Yvonne, John, Brewster, and Kelsey. So next up, we have an incredible speaker, Kristen Smith, who came here all the way from Washington, D.C. Kristen is the executive director of the Blockchain Association. Many of you guys might have seen recently Biden has an executive order on crypto, and so Kristen is leading the policy work for DC and also all around the world. And so I'm so thrilled to welcome Kristen to the stage as she talks about the evolution of Web 2 to Web 3. Kristen, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Clara. And thank you to the Filecoin Foundation for hosting this awesome event today. Can you guys hear me okay in the back? If there's some issues, let me know. As Clara said, I'm Kristen Smith. I'm the executive director of the Blockchain Association. I also have the honor and privilege of serving on the board of directors of the Filecoin Foundation's sister organization, the Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web. So really appreciate all that everyone is doing. in that space. For those of you who don't know, the Blockchain Association is a trade association based in Washington, D.C. And as Clara said, we work on public policy issues. Was very excited last week to, for the first time, maybe have 6 months where we're pretty sure nobody's going to try to ban crypto because the president said good things and ordered some studies. So this is about the safest we've ever been. We have a great team. We work with our member companies to build public policy positions on different issues. We develop messaging and do education on those issues. And then we have a lobbying and advocacy team that goes and tries to get those policies enacted into law. So everything that I work on in Washington, I look at through the lens of policymakers, because that is the audience that we're trying to influence. And I think what's interesting as we think about Web3, which is really growing on the radar of policymakers in an amazing way, is that policymakers and Web3 are actually codependent. Policymakers very much need Web3 to solve the problems that they're worried about. But Web3 also needs policymakers to create the right environment for Web3 to survive. So policymakers really don't like Web 2. I don't know if anybody's tuned into any technology hearings lately, but if you look at over the past few years where we've had large internet company CEOs be called before Congress and testify, Congress might not have a great sense of how they make their money or how they work, but what comes across very clear is that Congress is very upset, and other policymakers at the regulatory agencies as well. They're very upset with what Web 2 is doing, and they want to try to fix it. And the reason that policymakers hate Web 2 is I think a lot of their constituents don't like Web 2, and they're responding to the people they represent. They don't like that these companies are profiting off of other people's data and owning and controlling that data. They don't like that politically unpopular people are being deplatformed. They don't like that these large platforms come in and swallow up really good ideas that other people created. I don't know if anybody remembers Clubhouse. That was like big. Who does that anymore? Everybody's on Twitter Spaces, right? Like it's these companies have so much control over our lives. And if you think about why they have so much control, they actually have economic control because they're monopolies. They all have monopolies over a specific sector of our internet world, and that's why they have so much control. But if you think about monopolies, they're not new to technology. We've seen different waves over time. If you go back to the 50s and 60s, which not many of us in this room can do, if you needed to have computing done, you had to drive over to IBM and use their giant mainframe computers. You couldn't do that at home. You couldn't, you had to go to this one company that had close to a monopoly on computing. What ultimately broke that up wasn't an intervention by the DOJ or the Federal Trade Commission or even an act of Congress. What changed IBM's monopoly was the invention of the microprocessor, which came along and provided an open technology alternative to a large centralized organization. If we fast forward to Microsoft in the 80s and 90s, they had a near monopoly on development of software. Similarly, DOJ tried to come in and break that apart, but what ultimately won out was open source software. It was the creation of Linux. It was the creation of the internet. It was, again, open technology that solved the concern that policymakers had over Microsoft's monopoly power. That brings us to today, where we have large internet platforms that control so much of what we do. I mean, I don't even leave the bed in the morning without pulling out my phone and looking at Twitter and then, checking my Google search results. And, these platforms have so much information about me. But what ultimately is going to solve that problem, and what I think so many of us in this room and here in Austin today are starting to work on, is open source crypto networks are the solution to the large platform problems today. So for policymakers who have been struggling to figure out how do we solve these problems, we have now delivered as a community the technological and market solution to the things that they care about. So that's why policymakers are starting to love Web3. If anybody tuned into, there was a hearing with some crypto CEOs in the House of Representatives, House Financial Services Committee last December. And I was actually talking to an executive who works at a broader tech trade association who said that was the single best hearing I've seen on a tech issue in years. And if you look throughout that hearing, multiple members of the House asked questions and talked about Web3. They really grasp that there is a new and better internet out there, and they're trying to figure out ways to help foster this and restore the democratic principles to the internet, back, to its origins of having everyone be able to participate. So the good news for policymakers is there's still actually work that they can do on the policy front to foster Web3. It's just not from the antitrust angle that they think that they sort of came to these issues from. The interesting thing about Web3 is that, like all crypto networks run on cryptocurrencies. So Web3 policy is actually crypto policy. And crypto policy incorporates several different issues. One is tax, right? Because cryptocurrencies have all sorts of tax implications. There's questions about who in the ecosystem is a broker. There's questions about clarity for lending crypto. There's question about the taxation of staking rewards. These are all issues that you probably don't immediately think of Web3, but getting those issues right are going to help foster the Web3 environment. Similarly, securities laws, like what does securities laws have to do with being able to express yourself or monetize your creation on Web3? It actually has to do a lot, because if securities laws are misapplied to these crypto networks, then it will add friction into the system and it will delay the development of the Web3 space. Perhaps the most complicated one, which I think was touched on earlier, are issues surrounding illicit finance. We're seeing this right now with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We have different people that are calling for a crackdown on cryptocurrencies because they might be used to evade sanctions, even though there's zero evidence that this is actually happening. And so we have a lot of education to do to make sure there isn't an overreaction to concerns about illicit finance that in turn would harm the development and deployment of Web3. I think the good news, though, is we have found out that the Web3 community is actually politically very powerful. And I think the origins of that are because we're all used to collaborating in online forums asynchronously. And this really all came to a head this last summer in August when the Senate was debating infrastructure legislation, which had a very harmful provision in there. And Senators Wyden and Lummis and Toomey came together with a solution. And the Web3 and crypto community was able to organize really just by sharing information on Twitter. And within the course of 5 days, we had 41,000 phone calls into the United States Senate supporting the amendment to fix this language. So the fact that without any planning or organization and nothing but tools from our friends at Fight for the Future that they put together so quickly, we were able to have a huge impact on the debate in relatively short amount of time. So if you are building in Web3, which I think most of you are, or if you're not, I don't know what you're waiting for. Hurry up and get over here and join everyone. I think there's a couple things you can do to help. If you're part of an organization or a company that's focused on this space, join the Blockchain Association or support organizations like Coin Center or the Digital Freedom Alliance that are working to educate policymakers and coordinate the community. I think if you're an individual, the single most important thing you can do is to join the conversation, because we're going to have more moments like we did last August where we're going to need to come together as a community and make sure that our voice is heard with policymakers and with regulators. Hopefully this isn't something we're going to have to do too many more times, but I think August was a pivotal moment that was really, really caught policymaker attention, and they do want to listen to us. So, be a part of the conversation on Twitter. When you hear or read news that something bad is happening, look for those opportunities. We will make tools available. I'm confident that this community is very quick in getting all of that together based off of what happened in August. And I do think that together, we can work to influence Washington so that Washington can provide the right kind of framework for us to be able to continue to build and to develop and to grow. And so with that, I think, am I handing it back to Clara or no? I'm handing it to Rachel, who I think is going to announce a break. So, sure. Yeah.
So it's an election year, and
Yes.
it's pretty important. What can people? What are the stakes right now, and what can people do to help you and just preserve this beautiful thing that we're building?
Yeah, no, so it's what's really interesting. The question was, we have an upcoming election. What can we do at this kind of pivotal time to make sure that we win? What's really interesting is there are several candidates around the country that are actually running on a pro-crypto, pro-Web3 platform. So we have Erica Rhodes out of Los Angeles, we have Matt West out of Oregon, Morgan Harper out of Ohio, Josh Mandel also out of Ohio. These are candidates that are making it a core part of their platform to support Web3. But it's not just new candidates that are coming in, it's also existing members of Congress. I mean, there was some great tweet threads the other day by Richie Torres, who's actually a fairly progressive member of Congress, that says we need to be thoughtful about this space. And so, you know, if you're inclined to be politically active, I would recommend going to hodlpac.org. They have a list of congressmen and a scorecard that they're in the process of deploying that talks about different members of Congress, so you can, you know, choose to donate to their campaigns to try to get more pro-crypto people elected. But really, the most important thing I said is, you know, be ready to activate when there's a moment to activate, because when our voices are all combined together, I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my 20-plus year experience working in DC. This is a community that's really special, and I think that our ability to activate is our superpower, and that if we do that at the right moments, we will ultimately be able to get to a place where we have good policy, and we'll be able to win. Go team. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, everyone, so much for being here. We are going to take about a 15-minute break. There's food downstairs. You can mint an NFT downstairs. There's going to be a conversation with some storage providers from DLTX starting now. We will jump back up here for a panel about how journalists can use Web3 tools at 11:30. We love having you here. Stick around. We've got food. We've got all the right people. So anyway, thanks for joining us. See you soon.
Check, check. All right. Welcome back. We are hanging out here at La Condesa downstairs now. I'm Aaron Stanley with Filecoin Foundation. We're going to move along with our programming here for this morning. So I'm here with Katie and Simon from DLTX. So we're going to be kind of chatting with them, learning a bit more about what they're doing on the storage providing front, the Filecoin ecosystem, and kind of diving in, learning about a bit more about their business model and their backgrounds. Simon, why don't you tell us a bit about DLTX and give us a bit of background and how did you guys get involved in Filecoin?
Hey, so yeah, DLTX is a public company which is focused on really the infrastructure meets protocol play. So our big game is we're looking at opportunities where we believe in the protocol, we believe it's a big opportunity, it's a big problem worth solving, and then we're investing in the infrastructure side of it. So obviously Filecoin is a perfect opportunity for this. And we want to support the ecosystem not only in the infrastructure investments, but also in identifying the ecosystem on top, the applications that are ultimately going to work for customers. So our background and how we got into this, we put together a team of engineers when testnet was going on, and really started to work through the economics, right? So ultimately, when you're making an investment into a large infrastructure play, you need to understand that it's going to work. You need to understand there's a need for the customers. So we've been engaging with blue chips, we've been engaging with all sorts of organizations and understanding how Web3 is going to work for them. So Filecoin is one of our main opportunities that we're working on right now.
Excellent, and I think DLTX is a bit unique in the sense that you're actually a publicly traded company, right? So, Katie, do you want to maybe explain a bit like how you guys are structured?
So DLTX is a publicly traded company listed in Norway on the Oslo Børs Stock Exchange, which is part of Euronext, the largest exchange out of Europe. And that provides a unique opportunity for different enterprises, businesses, institutions, pensions, whoever it might be that's coming together to build out the Filecoin infrastructure and ecosystem along with us. It provides them the compliance and it checks all the boxes from a regulatory side because we are, governed by the SEC out in Norway. So that is beneficial from that. And I don't know if there's anything else there.
I think one add-on to that is we always talk about radical transparency, right? So one of the things that's super interesting about a public company is you have to be transparent because your books are open, everything you do has to be announced. You can't talk about too much of what's coming down the pipe, which is a challenge. But that really plays into Web3 as well, right? Plays into the ledger, plays into the concept of total transparency of what's going on the chain. So for us, those two combinations of public company plus Web3 is really exciting. And we hope to be able to translate that a little bit as well into the marketplace, because ultimately adoption of Web3 by large companies is kind of a little bit slower than it is by the startups, right? So if we can help to bridge that and be a trusted partner in that journey and in that educational process, then the public piece helps for us.
Let's riff on that a bit more. Obviously, some of your target customers are like kind of larger enterprises who have data storage needs, and obviously, like those are kind of the slower to adopt folks than more so than startups or scrappier, smaller entities. I'd love to just kind of hear just as a kind of how your conversations with some of these entities are going, and what's kind of how are these folks, these larger enterprises with data storage needs, thinking about this kind of radical concept of decentralized storage, right? Like, is it? I'd love to kind of hear like is there excitement? Is there kind of confusion? Is there hesitancy? We'd just love to kind of get some color on that.
Yeah, so there's a bit of both, right? So there's obviously no one wants to be the first adopter. So typically what we've been looking at are organizations where there are people within that organization who are champions of blockchain, that have thought about decentralization, that understand the benefits and the opportunities that this new wave of technology provides. So typically what we've been trying to do is think a little bit further down the pipe. So Filecoin is on a journey, as every new platform and protocol is. The things you can do today are a fraction of the things that you can do tomorrow, a fraction of the things you can do in a year's time. So you can see working towards the equivalent of what they understand today as kind of with the traditional Web3 cloud type providers. But the advantages there are also pretty impactful. Like we've been talking about how you can take really difficult data from I guess what you'd say would be the most risky things. So how do you take medical data and how do you put it in a way where it can be anonymously have AI algorithms run against it so you can learn, so you can all pool this data for the benefit of medical advancements, right? And you can shard the data, you can split it up, you can make it super safe. So I think our purpose with these organizations is to say, think about your most scary use of like Web3 storage. And now let's work back from there, and then let's say, okay, this is the starting point. Let's start with something you feel very comfortable with, but let's have an eye on the difficult thing. And let's start talking about how you would approach that now so that we can work towards it, because the tools are there, the benefits are there. And so, the protocols and the people building on top of the protocols will get there as well.
And then, what do you think are kind of you guys just had a big storage provider meeting, a working group yesterday, and you've kind of been meeting some of these other folks for the first time, and I'd just like to kind of hear, just kind of collectively, I guess, asking you to speak on behalf of other storage providers here, but kind of collectively, where are we in this process of this? I think you could, on one hand, where you could argue like we're still in the pretty early days here, that we're not going to be taking out AWS tomorrow. It's not. But like at the same time, I feel like we're just the rate that things are progressing, both in our industry as well as kind of just in the world geopolitically and stuff. There's just this, things are just changing. People are realizing, okay, we have to kind of adjust our worldviews and our perceptions, and business as usual just isn't really gonna work anymore. And I'd just like to get this kind of, is there kind of a collective sense on the storage provider side of just like how close are we to actually seeing this, become real, I guess?
So pretty good. I mean, you always think about this adoption curve, right? It's like the 5% and then the 25% is coming. Storage is a unique world in that it is growing at like 23% CAGR, year on year. It's growing itself. So you could build an enormous business with Filecoin without touching anything that's on the current providers. So that's kind of the first part. The second part is what's really nice about the model is it's collaborative, right? The decentralized model means there are storage providers all over the world that all have a common goal to help each other to succeed. And that's, it's that crossover between kind of capitalist meets socialist, right? Because you cannot, as a storage provider ourselves, we can't just take all of the data and put it just on our storage. We need to make copies, we need to share it, we need to build with the ecosystem. You have different storage providers with different capabilities. We're in tier 3 data centers, you've got all of that kind of high enterprise solutions, and then you've got a lot of smaller people doing the same thing. But you can divide up that data and share it in different areas and have different use cases. So for me, it's great to be able to get together. We got together the storage providers, Juan was there, and we were talking through what does this journey look like together? How do we help each other? How do we break down some of those barriers? And how do we solve the problems together? And you don't get Amazon doing that with Microsoft, doing that with Google, right? So that for me is a way to really get to innovation. You have a bit of friction, which is positive for conversation, and then you come out with solutions. And so we drive everything forward faster.
Katie, do you want to add something?
I think Simon said it really well. It's with that collaborative mindset and approach that does allow you to drive things forward faster. And that's one of the unique opportunities that this industry and Filecoin ecosystem provides, is that ability to mind share with each other and take, okay, so if we all have a common need, we can all share our own insights and be able to come out with a solution that is, okay, so this is the best practice, from being able to take a little bit from everybody and then create a solution that we can then all take away individually and respectively, and to keep moving and iterating faster on that. So.
And one real quick build on that, like we've been looking at the things you need to build on top of the protocol to make things work for customer interfaces, different processes. And so just in that meeting, then someone says, hey, actually I've been working on this piece, or I've been working on this. So you see that within the ecosystem, we don't want to build something that someone's already doing. Let's get behind those guys, help them achieve the perfect solution there, and then let's all adopt it. So you've got that collaborative piece as well that says, we can divide and conquer on some of the core pieces of technology, that it doesn't need to be one team trying to go on a linear roadmap.
Yeah, I kind of think of it almost as it's like a trade association type of model. Like we just heard from Kristen upstairs with Blockchain Association, but where it's, in a trade association structure, you have a number of companies that are in the same industry, and they might, these are fierce competitors a lot of times, right? But there's certain issues where you're competing. And then there's a breadth of other issues, like with crypto, like regulatory issues and things of that nature that kind of affect everybody equally. And there's a whole set of issues that, hey, we all can kind of agree on. These are all common things that we all face, and it makes sense to work together on these things. And there's other areas where we're competing on. So I just think that's just really exciting. How seems like we're kind of in this like rising tide lifts all boats moment in the kind of the storage provider community. And it's just really exciting to see that I saw some of the pictures and the videos of the meetup yesterday, and people were like hugging each other, and like it seemed like everyone just has like a real enthusiasm about like being able to meet each other for the first time in person. And so anyway, so stepping back like a little bit more, I kind of want to just focus back in on DLTX specifically, and I think one of the things that interests me about DLTX is like you have a very experienced team of people who have been not just backgrounds in storage but backgrounds in crypto, dating back like very OG in crypto, and presumably like these are people who could be doing anything right now, including just like living on a beach somewhere with from their Bitcoin earnings or whatever. And I'm just, I guess the question is like, why Filecoin? Like, I mean, you could presumably be doing anything right now. Like, why? What about Filecoin is like, or decentralized storage more broadly is sort of enough to, get you all off the beach, I guess, so to speak.
So on the DLTX team, we have the co-founder, current COO of the company is David Johnston. I've worked with David for the last few years. I myself have been in the industry for the last 5 or so years full-time, started one of the earlier communications agencies, worked with a number of DAOs and top projects. And then David, he's been in the industry since 2012. He really understood from an early day of what decentralization really meant. And he has authored something that he calls Johnston's Law, which is anything that can be decentralized will be decentralized. David also authored the white paper for decentralized applications pre-Ethereum time. And also on the team, we have Jonathan Mohan. He was early Bitcoiner, responsible in New York City for evangelizing Bitcoin to, Wall Street and a number of others to get that moving. He also was one of the founding contributors to Ethereum. So we do have a really experienced team that can go anywhere in the ecosystem. But when we think about Web3 as an inevitable of where this world is moving to, and then we step back and we look at, okay, so what are the foundations of Web3? And Filecoin sits squarely in that. It is it checks a very critical box of creating the future of Web3 from decentralized storage side of things. So that is passion drives everything forward for the founding team of DLTX and a lot of us. And so if we can be anywhere, it's going to be solving these issues and decentralizing the world, really.
Great. Well, I think we're out of time for this segment, but we're going to kick it back upstairs. All right. Cool.
Thank you.
That was fun.
Welcome back from the break. I hope everyone had the chance to get some coffee, mingle, get energized. So as Rachel mentioned earlier, we are welcoming an incredible panel of some of the smartest people in journalism today thinking about Web3 and tools that can be used for journalism. And so on the stage, we have Bailey, we have who you heard about earlier, we have Charles Sherry from Water and Music, we have Mike Masnick from Tector, and then we have Trevor who runs the Freedom of the Press Foundation. So welcome everyone.
All right. Is this mic on? Yes. Okay, great. I just wanted to take a little poll here. How many people are journalists in this room? Yes, love to see it. And even if you're like half and half, that still means you're a journalist. Anybody who writes things is good. Okay, cool. So I'll do my intro first. I'm Bailey Reitzel. Some of you saw me on the last panel. Longtime crypto journalist. Started writing about it when it was just Bitcoin back in 2012 for a company called American Banker, and then have now written about crypto all across mainstream media and also all of the crypto publications. And yeah, that's me. She said best in journalism. She said it. I didn't say that. But I believe that. And then, okay, I'm going to introduce my panel. So again, she kind of mentioned this. I'm joined today by Trevor Tim. He's the executive director of the Freedom of the Press Foundation. Sherry Hu, founder and publisher at Water and Music. And Mike Masnick, founder and editor at TechDirt. So we're going to talk about Web3 tools for journalists. And also, I want to talk about how journalists are covering Web3. So sort of like branching off that topic a little bit. So I'll start by, I just want a brief introduction from each of you about how you all are covering Web3 and what sort of hurdles or exciting pieces you found. I'll start with you.
Sure. Well, so first of all, thanks for having me, and thanks to the Filecoin Foundation for putting this on. Hopefully people can hear me. Okay, seems to be working. So my name is Trevor Tim. I run an organization called Freedom of the Press Foundation. We're a nonprofit based in the US that protects and defends journalism in the 21st century. A big way that we do that is through technology. And so, I think a good way of looking at this is even a bit broader than Web3, just thinking about decentralization in general. And how can decentralization help journalists? And so the big way we look at this is actually through journalist rights and press freedom. So if we think about kind of the opposite of decentralization, the centralization of all of our communications mechanisms over the past 10 or 15 years, whether it's Google or Facebook or AT&T and Verizon, this has actually caused a reduction in the rights of journalists. So over the past 10 years, we've seen the Justice Department in the United States, for example, issue a record number of legal orders to Google or other third-party services to essentially spy on the communications of journalists and their sources. This has happened across administrations, Republican and Democrat. There was several egregious examples at the end of the Trump administration where the Trump administration got the communications records of New York Times journalists, of CNN journalists, of Washington Post journalists, but it also happened in the Obama administration. There was a notorious case involving the AP where they got the records of 20 AP phone lines without the AP knowing. And that's really where this comes into effect is when we're talking about press freedom rights, journalists need to have the ability to decide, okay, if the government is trying to surveil me, I want to be able to protest this in court. Well, when the government goes to Google and gets all this information in secret, often it's too late for journalists to protest. So it might have been back in the 70s and 80s, journalists could say, actually, no, I'm going to refuse to comply, and I might even go to jail to protect my sources. Well, now they're not really given that chance anymore. And so at Freedom of the Press Foundation, one of our biggest projects is called Secure Drop. It's essentially an open source whistleblower submission system. So you may have heard of it. It's in about 70 or 80 news organizations worldwide, including a lot of the largest news organizations in the US, like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Guardian. And the idea behind it is to remove all of these third parties from the equation, remove the Googles, the AT&Ts, the Verizons, so that there is nothing in between the source and the journalist. So we build the Secure Drop software and system. We help news organizations install it. We train journalists how to use it. But once we help them install it, we are essentially locked out. It is a decentralized system. So every single news organization has their own instance of Secure Drop. And so we can't stop the government from trying to spy on news organizations. But what we can do is force the government to say, okay, if you want to secretly collect journalist communications, you actually need to go to the news organization itself. There is nothing that we as Freedom of the Press Foundation can do if we were to ever receive a legal order of this kind. And so I think that's a good starting point for talking about kind of the decentralized web in general is, how can Web3 or the decentralized web or just broader decentralized tools help journalists further how they do their work, whether it's protecting their rights, potentially helping find better business models. We know that a lot of news organizations and especially local journalists are struggling, or anything in between. So that's kind of where we're coming from on this.
How many newsrooms are using Secure Drop?
So we don't have an exact count. It's an open source project, and you can actually install it without our help. But we think around 70 or 80 worldwide, and so it's also available in 20 different languages.
Awesome. And then Sherry, how are you thinking about Web3 for journalists?
Yeah, this is so interesting to hear your perspective because it's like complementary too, but definitely different from what I'm thinking about day to day. So I guess for context, my background is in business reporting. So, and specifically about the music and tech industries. So I got my start in 2015 covering anything under the music and tech umbrella. So like music streaming, music startups, music and crypto, for a lot of different publications as a freelancer. Now I run my own newsletter, Water and Music, that's dedicated to those topics. And so in terms of thinking about like how journalists are covering Web3 and what the technology adds from like a reporting perspective, two things come to mind. One is the ability to just follow the money in a way that is just not possible with any other industry. And maybe I'm like biased by my experience in the music industry, where things are intentionally like obfuscated a lot of the time in terms of, you know, how music streaming royalty payments flow, like who owns what percentage of, you know, what song, like that is still, that information is still so siloed, whereas, you know, once you have a, you know, contract address for like an NFT, you can kind of follow the life cycle of that NFT or of like a fungible token in like a much more transparent way. And there are really cool data analytics tools that are out there now, like Dune, some people here may be familiar with, where it's like totally open and free for you to just query any part of like the Ethereum blockchain, for example, and be able to like build your own dashboards to track like how certain DAOs are doing in terms of their token price, token activity, et cetera. So that's one area in terms of like the financial transparency that Web3 enables for journalists. And then financial accountability. Second thing I'm thinking about is not about finance at all. It's just about perception. I think we're still at a point where if like we asked everyone in the room to define Web3, we'd get like 50 different definitions. Like there isn't a shared understanding of what like Web3 really is. I've had this experience, so like Water Music is also in the process of becoming a DAO because we have a collaborative research model behind the reports and articles that we publish, and I found that like no one agrees on what a DAO is. And there, yeah, so many different definitions, and like major metro publications like the New York Times especially are like starting to cover DAOs a lot more, and in many cases like putting a certain layer of perception on what DAOs are that I think could like really influence, like the power of words to impact our understanding of technology. I mean, this is not new to any journalist in the room, but it's like especially true with something so nascent as DAOs. Like tons of articles have come out now just calling DAOs like Discord groups with a shared bank account, or like internet forums, the shared bank account. And it's a very specific like cultural framing of DAOs, which is fascinating to me. Also can be like very limiting in terms of understanding, you know, the potential of the technology. So that is like top of mind for me all the time, just seeing as like DAOs and tokens are covered more, like the certain perception that is like put onto them by media publications.
Yeah, that's really fair. I mean, even Bitcoin, which has been around the longest, right, in terms of this cryptocurrency community that we're in, I think there's still folks who don't know how to define that because the narratives have shifted so much. And that's fine. It's a nascent technology, which doesn't have a leader to sort of move it in one direction or another. You know, it was a payments technology. Now it's more of a store of value. It can be both, right? But so those narratives shift all the time. And I think that's particularly challenging in this fast-paced environment of crypto for journalists to stay ahead of when, you know, they're also covering stuff that is maybe not just crypto. But Mike, want to pass it over to you to give a little introduction about how you're thinking about Web3.
Yeah, and again, thanks to everyone for coming, and thanks to Filecoin for putting this on. This is should be a really interesting discussion. I come at this from a whole bunch of different angles, and I've been sitting here listening to everybody trying to figure out which one I want to discuss.
All of them.
So yeah, that's tricky. So TechDirt started in 1997. We're about to hit 25 years. Thank you. And you know, so I've lived through a whole bunch of different changes to the internet, and the original goal of TechDirt was really to look at this intersection of innovation and business and law/policy, though I didn't know that when I started. I think it was more the innovation and business side, and then the law and policy side just became more and more important to that. And so I've seen all of these things change and all of these sort of revolutions sort of come and go, and some of them were accurately predicted, many of them were not accurately predicted, and so we would see all of these different things. And sort of the one sort of through line that I kept seeing is the question of adapting, right? The world is changing so quickly, and whether or not, you know, companies, entrepreneurs, you know, individuals are able to sort of make the shift from one platform to another or one system to another, sort of how well they're able to understand it and to adapt to it and change, or not in lots of cases. And a lot of the sort of failed organizations that we've seen are ones who haven't figured out how to adapt. And so, you know, one of the things that I've been thinking about a lot is specifically to the news business, is how much the news business itself and journalism has struggled over the last 20 years. And the way that it has been treated is often sort of lashing out at this or that entrant or technology. So, I don't know how long, lots of people here are journalists. I don't know how long people have been in journalism in the room, but like there was this period in sort of the mid-2000s that Craigslist was to blame for all evils that happened to journalism, and that, Craigslist was a problem. There was talk about how Craigslist had to be shut down to save journalism. That didn't quite work. Then, for a really long time, it was Google that was the problem that destroyed journalism. And then more recently, it was sort of Facebook that destroyed journalism. I haven't seen any. TikTok has destroyed journalism, but I'm sure that's coming as well. There's this sense of kind of fear without sort of understanding where, what to do about it. And so that's often taken the form of kind of lashing out at whatever company or organization is successful. And the thing that I find really interesting about all of this, and I've argued this, going back, I don't know if it's exactly 25 years, but there are probably some of the articles in the early days. To me, the really interesting thing about journalism, and the really important thing about journalism, is that it was always a community building business. And I think a lot of journalists say that it's actually a news business, and they're not so interested in the community. But I think if you look at the success of early newspapers, it was because they were the one source of kind of local community. That's where the local community would get their news, it was where they would get their information. And the business model was then having that local community and effectively selling the attention of that local community to local advertisers. And I think somewhere along the line, a lot of people in the news business, for better or for worse, sort of insisted that they were in the news business so much that they forgot they were in the community business. And many of the things that have happened over the last 15 to 20 years has really been to, push away the community. And this is at a time when you had the internet rise up, where the internet enabled so much more communities to form that didn't exist before. So where before people would sort of default to the local newspaper as their sort of, center of gravity for local communities, now suddenly had all of these other options. And instead of sort of recognizing that and trying to build more around community, what a lot of newspapers did was push people away, and they would put up paywalls and lock up the content, or, a lot of newspapers early on had comments, but then the comments became a disaster area because nobody wanted to actually invest in making comment sections good and reasonable, and so then they would shut that down. And again, every aspect of this was shutting down community, which struck me as doing the exact opposite of what you should do if you recognize the journalism business is a community business. So that's a long way around of saying the thing that I find most interesting about sort of what's happening in Web3, and especially with things like DAOs, NFTs to a certain extent, is that it's an opportunity to bring the community aspect back into journalism that I think is lacking, and I think is one of the reasons why so many journalism organizations have struggled over the last few years. And on top of that, the potential to then separate out some of the journalistic activities from certain, rather large platforms, the same ones that journalists are claiming are killing, that they also, rely on day to day to exist. The ability to sort of separate themselves from those platforms and build things on their own and have more control and more autonomy, I think is a really exciting part of the Web3 space.
Yeah, that's a really interesting frame, because I do think I would say usually I'm in the news business instead of the community business. So I really like that. You also make me realize that journalists are a bunch of whiners, like so much. So stop that. Anyway, okay, well, so on your point, in terms of, I guess one of the spaces where I see a bunch of community being built in crypto is Discord. I don't know if you have examples of news communities that are using Discord appropriately. I do not follow any of them.
I do.
Okay,
I
great.
can speak to that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I guess also for context about how Water Music has evolved. So to this day, it is primarily a quote-unquote Web2 paid membership model. So I started on Patreon just as like a solo newsletter writer focused on music and tech in 2019. Did not foresee at all how much Discord would explode just as like a social platform. But I just saw Discord had a direct integration with Patreon. I was like, and from the beginning, I did know, just like following the media industry, actually following like the music industry, which has inspired a lot of how I've structured my thinking around media, is that the community around a publication can be as much a source of value as like the content itself, especially in a world where information arguably travels freely. You know, people can tell people about information behind a paywalled article, and so it is to an extent a commodity. And so, you know, what can you build around that that doesn't like dilute the importance of that information per se, but just just from a business standpoint, you know, make sure that you're not just putting all your eggs in one basket. So I've always, from the beginning, thought about building a community outlet for like-minded readers of my newsletter, because also it's like very niche. Like the group of people who like are interested in tracking like music tech trends is like niche but super tight knit. And so like creating a space for that I didn't see exist elsewhere, in addition to publishing articles. And so I hosted on Discord. It definitely is a lot of work, as I don't know how many people here like have communities around their like publications, but it is a lot of work. So have a community manager, community lead who's like looking after the Discord server. I'm very active in their day-to-day, like just fostering a culture of like open, transparent communication like with readers as well. And that said, Discord definitely is like, I guess at the end of the day, a gaming platform and not a media or research platform. So we're definitely have growing pains like as more and more people, I guess for a sense of scale, we have around 2,000 people in our Discord server now. And that's like getting to the point where it might make sense to like move off to something else. And that's something we're looking into now. But in terms of like early days of fostering that like real-time communication and like direct, like two-way / multi-way access, you know, among readers, and then between writers / reporters and readers, it's been super effective, and I think has played a big role in where we are today. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can talk to that too, because we also have a Discord. Though we sort of came to that almost by accident. Where, you know, again, like I've always focused, because of my belief in sort of community being the important part, I've always focused on community, but. So we had actually set up very early on, before Discord even existed, we had set up kind of a group chat for supporters to come in, but we had built it ourselves, which is, you know, both a blessing and a curse. We had full control over it, and we could do a lot of stuff, but also we saw all these other, you know, entrants like Discord come on the market and focus on that and build much better tools than we were ever going to be able to build ourselves. The one thing that we did, and then so we just, sometime last year, I forget exactly how long ago, we moved that community over to Discord. But one of the things that we really wanted to do, that we had in our original community, was there is an aspect of the community that is public and an aspect that is private. So some of the discussions are then mirrored on our site. So you can go to our site right now and you can see a view of the discussion that is public. You can't join that unless you support it. There are different, you know, support levels, and there's a certain support level you get into the Discord. Before that I was into the community, but we have part of that discussion public and part of it is private, so we can have that kind of discussion. We had to build then a tool to translate a Discord channel onto the website, which we had thought would exist, but it turned out it didn't quite exist. But it has been a really valuable tool. The chat we had before it, but the Discord as well, has been a really valuable tool for sort of keeping the community engaged, keeping people involved, and, you know, honestly, for hearing what people in the community are really interested in, what they think we should be covering, talking to us about different potential stories, telling us when they think we got something wrong, which I value. I know not all journalists always like that, but I found it, you know, a really great learning experience. And it's one of those things that, beyond the aspect of just sort of having that community there, it also enables a more direct connection between our community and our audience than the way that a lot of news organizations, a lot of news organizations really focus on like the social media hits and, you know, getting a story to go viral on Facebook or whatever. And to me, I don't, like, that's nice when that happens, but I don't care that much about it because those people tend not to come back. You might get some of them to come back, and that's great. But I'm always, you know, focused on what can I do to have a loyal audience who comes back directly because they want to, you know, they want to be there, they want to support us. I actually don't track very many statistics, unlike lots of journalists. I don't track that many statistics in terms of like how much traffic we get. But the one thing I do track is how how much of our audience is coming direct versus coming from some other source. And I always want it to be as high as possible. So, if we ever get to the point where like more than 50% of our traffic is coming from other sources, that worries me because I don't think they're particularly loyal. And one of the things that we've noticed with building the community and the chat and then now the Discord is how much that gets people to just come back to take part on the site directly rather than like just following us through Twitter links or Facebook links instead. And so that aspect of building that kind of loyalty has been really, really valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the issues is that journalists are typically asked to do a lot, and they're pretty strapped, right, for time, for money, yada, yada. It's like, first, I went to school to be a print journalist, and then they were like, well, you have to also be on air, and you also have to have a podcast, and now we also have to manage a Discord. And so I think, a lot of that is just, it's very challenging, and it definitely wasn't taught to me in school. I'm sure there's plenty of schools now who are sort of teaching this transmedia integration. But Trevor, I wanted to pass it over to you in terms of how you were educating journalists about using secure drop and what that looked like. Were the journalists relatively tech savvy? What were some of the questions that came up over and over again?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And to be clear, like secure drop is not a tool which I think anybody would call Web3. But it is a decentralized tool in the sense that everybody is running their own secure drop. And, we're trying to solve two pretty difficult problems at the same time. Number one, how do we better protect journalists from legal orders that would essentially surveil their sources and their own communications? But then number two, how do we prevent journalists from being hacked at the same time? In the traditional world of cybersecurity or digital security, the advice is if you receive an attachment from a stranger being emailed to you, be very wary of opening it and probably don't open it at all. Yet, with secure drop, journalists are saying, please, strangers, send us attachments, we'll open them right away. And so we have to build in a bunch of protections on the back end to protect journalists from malware. And so what that ends up meaning is that it is relatively easy for sources to use secure drop. They actually have to rely on another decentralized technology, the Tor browser. But basically, beyond that, it's just like opening a more secure contact form on any news website. But so we have to teach journalists to jump through a few hoops to protect themselves on the back end from receiving malicious files from people who may be trying to attack the news organization. And so it is a learning curve for journalists, which is why we'll actually go to news organizations and teach them how to use it. But it's also on our end, we're starting to invest more in kind of user research. So we actually go to news organizations now and sit with them for half a day, try to watch them use secure drop in a way that we're not seeing what they're actually doing as far as the content of their communications. But figuring out, which buttons are confusing and which instructions are confusing. And I think it's a very kind of apt lesson for Web3 in general. And, Mike was just talking about how, when he was, essentially hosting everything himself and building everything himself, there is a lot of baggage and friction with that. I think we all have to remember, despite the fact that probably everybody in this room does not like Google and does not like Facebook, we have to really internalize, why do people go to Facebook and Google? And it's because they make the experience very frictionless and easy. And if we are going to kind of create a new web where literally billions of people go, it can't just be for a theoretical reason or even for the reasons that I work for every day, that this is going to strengthen your rights as an online citizen. We have to make the on-ramp as seamless as possible for them and be inviting rather than potentially daunting. And what I worry about is that as more and more people get involved in Web3, are we just transitioning to a system where there are other centralized giants than the ones that we don't like now. Like 10 years into cryptocurrency, for example, like the on-ramp to cryptocurrency, if you want to do it in truly a decentralized way where you're not using any large companies is very, very hard. The easiest way into crypto is to set up a Coinbase account, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And so, I think these are the types of things that we all have to be thinking about as we try to teach people more about Web3 and invite them onto the platform and figure out like how can Web3 be useful to you rather than the other way around.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's a really good point, and one of the things, and this goes back to sort of watching all of the different past kind of revolutions, is that when there's something new that comes up, sort of the first instinct of the people building it is to recreate the last thing and to rebuild it. So now we're seeing all these attempts to sort of like, can we build a crypto version of Twitter or Facebook or whatever? And I think that's a natural instinct, and everyone does it, and I think it's part of the kind of the learning experience of sort of new platforms. But the really interesting things don't really happen, and the real explosion of adoption doesn't really happen until you build the things that that work for that system. So I'm still sort of waiting for the amazing sort of crypto experience that takes the nature of crypto and makes it like core to the way the thing is acting, as opposed to just sort of trying to rebuild the old thing.
Yeah, it's a really good point, and a good example of this is actually, and so this isn't decentralized, but I think it gets to the point really well. Signal Messenger, basically the gold standard in secure messaging. It's all end-to-end encrypted by default. It's really easy to use. They store very little metadata. We recommend it to journalists in all sorts of situations, and even it's become the thing that I message on more than any other app. But Moxie Marlinspike, the founder of Signal, talked very often about the fact that he wasn't looking to necessarily create a secure messenger. I mean, he certainly was. That was his goal. But his ultimate goal was to build the best messenger for people to use on a daily basis, so that they never ever had to even think about security. Like that he wanted people ultimately to be choosing it because it was the easiest to use and not the hardest to use. And this is a huge problem in digital security in general. Oftentimes, the more secure something is, the harder it is to use, and the easier it is to use, the less secure it is. And so with Signal, he tried and has generally succeeded in doing both. There's over 100 million users of Signal now.
Yeah, I think like one of the jumping off points there that I want to get to is just, we saw like people doing decentralized Twitter, you had Steam, and I think there were a couple other sort of like blogging, social media platforms, crypto platforms. And what I saw there, so this sort of segues into the new models for revenue for journalists or bloggers, and also about sort of recreating basically the old structures that we already have, is like on Steam, a lot of what you could find there, it was pretty niche, right? And it was pretty crypto focused. So like if you wanted, by building the infrastructure on crypto, that meant that most of the journalists there, sorry I keep using air quotes, it's just like, I don't know, they're maybe not journalists per se, sorry. But it was just very crypto heavy. And a lot of it was, again, why I'm using air quotes is because a lot of it was very pumpy to specific cryptocurrencies that they wanted to pump or shill. And so I guess, that was not a question, but just more like, how do we figure out where to go from there when, in the funding models for journalists, when by building on these platforms, you basically create a different type of echo chamber?
That question ended in a different spot than I thought.
Sorry,
but that's
well,
okay.
pick whatever spot you
no,
want
that's
to.
good. I think I think that's natural, right? That's always going to happen, right? You're going to attract the people who are sort of already primed to be interested in that kind of space. So I think that's natural. But then what will start to come out of that is sort of further experimentation. And so, like, you know, one of the platforms that I've experimented a little bit with, and I'm planning to do more, is a platform called Mirror, which I think some people are probably somewhat familiar with, which sort of started as, I don't know, kind of a cross between Medium and Patreon/Kickstarter. It was sort of like it wanted to be kind of a blogging platform, but with a funding model built into it. But they've been really innovating very quickly and iterating really quickly and sort of learning, like, how can we build in other features that are really, really useful to it. I don't know that they've hit on like the perfect model yet, but I've been just really impressed with all of the different like little things that they've added as they've gone. So, we did an experiment with them. Basically, I just did a crowdfunding project through Mirror to write a paper about the NFT space and kind of trying to understand the NFT space and what does it really mean. And I've still been doing the research on the paper. The paper won't be out for a few more months. But like even in the planning of that, to the point that we launched it, the Mirror folks had added a whole bunch of really interesting features in terms of like adding a competitive element to the crowdfunding, which was different and kind of neat. And they added a thing that I don't understand why no other crowdfunding platform has done, was like what they called the podium feature, which was basically like if you were the largest funder, in this case, you would get a special NFT, but you would basically get this sort of bragging rights associated with whatever it was that you were funding, and you create this really interesting and different kind of model. So I think that we're at this point where everybody is still testing and iterating and trying out different things, and some stuff works for some areas, and if you look at Mirror now, like, yes, like a lot of the early stuff was kind of about crypto, but you're seeing all different other kinds of things start to show up as well, and you're seeing like fiction writers are taking to it, you're seeing, other kinds of publications are using Mirror, and so I think that, part of the way that we get through that is just by allowing the experimentation and sort of and having in the case of Mirror at least, a platform that's really responsive to trying to figure out different ways to change and to adjust to what the community is actually using. And I think that, we'll get there eventually as people start to experiment, rather than, coming up with like, you can't think through all of the different ways ahead of time, right?
Yeah, it's fair. Sherry, I want you to piggyback off that, because I think you're experimenting with NFTs and you were talking about DAOs. Like, how have you expanded your funding model, and then what kinds of challenges have you seen in launching that to your readership?
For sure, yes. So I guess as a specific example, so we have been experimenting with like this collaborative research model so we now have almost 2,000 people in our community, and a small but very like passionate and loyal group of those, group within that community is also interested in getting involved with our reporting and our research, especially on a topic like music and Web3 and where that's going, where information is so fragmented and noisy that it actually makes sense, at least in my view, to have a more crowdsourced approach to that, where people can help us like curate projects, interview communities that might otherwise be overlooked by like mainstream media, especially. So we put out 2 of these reports so far, one in December and one actually just last week. I don't mean to self-promote too much, but you can go to stream.waterandmusic.com to like see the full report, just for context. So there are like 5 different chapters, and there were the first season had around 50 contributors, and this latest season has over 90, like all coming from the community, helping to produce these very long form reports on various aspects of music and Web3, from like how are all these music NFT marketplaces trying to like adopt basically the same users and try to compete for the same users. So doing a lot of like research into that, a lot of research into like fan sentiment, music industry sentiment around Web3. Those are just some examples of the topics that we cover. And for both of the reports, we also launched these lifetime membership NFTs. So we worked with a designer in our community to design the like covers for each thread of the report, each chapter of the report, kind of that is, I guess, more standard to traditional media publications from a branding standpoint. But those covers also each became their own NFTs, and anyone who bought them, we priced them at 0.2 ETH for the first report, 0.3 ETH for the second one. And it would give you lifetime membership to Water Music. Like, very simple, hopefully simple, understandable utility to people, especially who have been following Water Music for a long time. And that was super successful in like helping to raise funds, all of which. And speaking of like accountability and following the money, you can like look at the contract address, or you can look on the Ethereum blockchain to see where all those NFT sales were funneled to and how they were distributed among all of our contributors. And so just continuing the ethos now like in a much more transparent on-chain way that we've tried to promote from the very beginning, which is like financial, not just financial, but cultural transparency, like being able to work directly with like reporting and research teams as well. Yeah, so now we have like a crypto treasury that is, again, very new, but like growing quickly alongside the Web2 membership model, which is still driving most of the business side.
Nice. Okay, and it's like a nice segue. I know maybe you guys are looking at this and being like, "What am I looking at up here?" So I wanted to talk through this because you were saying like, hopefully this is easy, right? Hopefully this NFT launch is easy. And what I find is it can be, right? And I'm pretty crypto native, obviously, so I find these things maybe simpler than the person walking on the street who is just here for the music. And so like I just kind of wanted to go through this process because this highlights both the kinds of information that journalists can glean from understanding the blockchain and what we're looking at and all of the data that flows through that, but also sort of the hurdles. So this is just Etherscan. The reason that I stumbled upon this is because there is this, I think this is known, so I don't think this, you don't have to tweet this as an exclusive, but there's a vulnerability in the SAN token contract. If you don't know what that is, it doesn't really matter, but it's a gaming NFTs platform. And it means that when users can accidentally send tokens into the SAN token contract. And that means they are lost. They do not come back out. But the exploit has allowed an exploiter to funnel those funds that are sent to the contract into their own wallet. And a guy that works at Immunify, a triager that works at Immunify, saw this process and decided to be a Robin Hood. So he decided to create a bot that would catch those funds before the exploiter's funds, and then he sends them back to the user. And okay, so 2 different points here. You have to know how to use this and to understand what you're looking at to be able to find this. But these are those transactions. I clicked on one of these transactions here, and so these are those transaction details. You can go over here, so this is like overview logs, doesn't matter. You can go to the comments, and this Etherscan will have 2 comments on it, I believe. And I actually don't know what these say, so sorry if they have like, okay, yeah. So this is just folks talking about these recovered funds and bro lost funds recovery available at WhatsApp. That honestly might be a scammer, not sure. Andrew is not the triager. And so you can just sort of go through these and see different comments. The slight problem here is that what I wanted to show you was not these random people talking about these transactions, but was the triager himself, who's acting as the Robin Hood. Somewhere in this transaction, he has put a note to the people he's sending his funds back, and it says, you sent this to the contract. Welcome to the dark forest. The dark forest, yeah. You probably know what the dark forest is, but welcome to the dark forest, please be careful, right? And the users maybe are seeing this and maybe aren't, but I can't remember how to find it. And so that's like my point, is that this is actually really hard to use. Etherscan can kind of be gnarly to use, but I guess I want to talk about how we educate journalists in terms of understanding blockchain data, where they can find some of this data, how they use that in their reporting. Trevor, I don't know if this is something that like you've heard some of your journalists talk about, or you've had to help educate as well, but maybe I'll dump it to you first.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that a lot of times, especially on Twitter, which fosters, the most negative discourse possible in both directions, you know, the Web3 community and journalists kind of talk past each other. And there is not a, you know, there's not enough work being done to, number one, help journalists better understand how they can use the blockchain in their reporting and how this can actually be an effective way for them to cover cryptocurrencies or Web3 or NFTs, which they all have to cover now. And then, you know, this also goes both directions. You know, I think that journalists can also do a better job of not necessarily thinking that everything involved in cryptocurrencies or NFTs is a scam or fraud, but kind of look at the whole picture. But at the same time, I think it's important for the Web3 community to understand that journalists are supposed to be skeptical by nature. Like, that is their job. And so if journalists approach you from a skeptical point of view, this is actually a good thing. First of all, it hones the arguments of Web3 supporters so they can know exactly why people might be skeptical of what they're doing, to figure out better solutions. And ultimately, both folks in the Web3 camp and journalists can help each other and further each other's missions, rather than necessarily kind of being, you know, very adversarial towards each other.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I think, like, when somebody comes to you in a skeptical way, like, the idea is you sort of get defensive and then you sort of lash out, you know, nobody wants to hear that they're wrong, but it does help you sort of fine tune your conviction and also the way that you describe NFTs or Web3 or whatever. Sherry, I'm going to pass it to you in terms of, you were talking about how you can use this blockchain data to do some of your reporting, so maybe you can give us an example of a success you've had there, and then also something that you've learned in terms of, like, looking through these streams of data.
For sure. So yeah, very concrete ongoing research project at Water Music that we have been working on for the last roughly year and a half, is just a database of music NFT sales data. For now, we're only tracking primary sales data, but we definitely want to incorporate secondary sales data, collector data, but just getting, like, contract addresses for each of these NFTs and being able to see, you know, how much they sold, you know, initially. I see, in the context, again, of, like, the music industry specifically, I see that as a success and a really interesting starting point for, like, more investigative work, because you literally cannot do that with any other part of the music industry. Like, it'll be very difficult, I think, to do that without going through a ton of, like, investigative political loopholes. Like, if I wanted to get, I guess there are these, like, trade reports on, like, you know, annual music streaming revenue, or, like, these companies will, like, self-report, you know, how much money they made from, like, tickets or merch, but the data landscape compared to Web3 is just so opaque. So yeah, so that's an area that I would consider a success, in that we are able to put, like, a proper price tag on it, which is I think around $83 million in music NFT sales for the last year. So for, like, 2021, like, even being able to say that and, like, point to the data on chain is, like, I think, a huge accomplishment from a business reporting perspective. So very excited to see, like, where that goes. In the future.
And then in terms of that number, though, I guess where the opacity, that is a success. I am not knocking that at all. But in terms of where the opacity is, it's just like you can't tell who those people are who
For sure.
are
Yes.
funding that. Yeah.
I completely agree. And I think this is also where maybe, like, culture, so much of, like, the Web3 journalist clash is, like, fundamentally cultural. And in Web3, I guess in general with Web3, what's really interesting is that you're seeing all these different, like, political ideologies, like, all going on chain at the same time and, like, battling for attention or for, like, control in a weird way of this decentralized technology where the whole point is no control. I bring that up because there is, I guess the idea of anonymity is very polarizing, I think, in Web3. Like, there are people who, especially with, like, more cultural DAOs, like music-related DAOs, I think there is the importance of like recognizing people's identities and like realizing that that's like an important part of like being part of a community where it's like human-to-human connection. Whereas there's a whole other world where the whole point is that your identity doesn't matter and you can kind of operate in this world anonymously. And I think something that I thought was just like par for the course, and I saw it, I was like, oh, cool. It was like when the Bored Ape founders were doxxed.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
I was going to bring it up.
Yeah, when they were like revealed, and it's like, oh, cool, we know them now. Like, I guess from the journalist side, it wasn't like shocking to me, but it drew so much backlash from that part of Web3, like followers of that project, because they're like, no, the whole point is that like they should still be able to make all this money and still be able to operate like without being known. So I think that there's no like easy solution to that, but to your point, it's like, yeah, journalists are always going to be skeptical and are always going to try to like find that basic information about like who we're talking about.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up the Bored Ape Yacht Club founders getting doxxed only because I can see it sort of both ways, right? Journalists are supposed to do this kind of investigatory stuff. You know, they're supposed to look into the lives of people who make lots of money, who are very powerful. But on the same side, I like read through that article and was just like, why did we do this? Like the founders hadn't done anything wrong, right? And so it just felt like we were doxing them to be like, haha, we can do this. So I saw it both ways. I saw like a skeptical look from Mike over there. So I would love to hear what you think.
It's an interesting point. I'm going to push back a little bit on it. And I think part of it is just sort of like the changing definition of doxing, even, and what is doxing, and like. I think historically the original concept of doxing was sort of like, revealing private information about someone, including things like their home address or things that would normally be and regularly kept private for good reasons to protect them or whatever. Whereas in this case, this was a company that was trying to raise money at a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's the kind of thing that in most other normal circumstances, the identities of the individuals, just letting you know there's time running out. Most other cases, the individuals behind such a company are publicly known. And in this case, it wasn't even that anything particularly nefarious was done in order to get their identities. They had effectively not really covered their tracks very well and left that open. So I thought that was a perfectly normal and standard journalistic practice in terms of identifying them. And I had this discussion with a whole bunch of people on Twitter because, where you have very safe and sane conversations on Twitter. There is this sort of disconnect between I think some people in the community, in the Web3 community, who sort of feel like because they're setting their own rules on certain aspects of it, they get to reach out and set those same rules for other aspects of it. And that's come down in other interesting ways too, especially in relation to journalism, where you have people in that community who rightly, I think, and correctly talk about the empowering nature of Web3 technologies to enable more freedom of speech, to enable more people to speak out who otherwise might not be able to, and I think that's great. But those very same people, when a journalist covers them in a way that they find negative, suddenly freak out, threaten to sue, or in some cases actually do sue, and there have been a number of lawsuits from people from these communities trying to silence journalism because it's critical of them. I think that's a little bit hypocritical to say that you support free speech and then you try and suppress the journalists who are covering you legitimately.
Well said. Yeah, no, for sure. Trevor, do you want to add to that?
No, I'm beyond that. I completely agree. I mean, let's think about this from a different perspective too. Like, if there was a multi-billion-dollar oil company, or if there was a multi-billion-dollar chemical company, would we say that no, actually it's off limits for journalists to figure out who is running these companies? Like, that would sound crazy. And so, I think we still have to apply the same standards, across the board, whether we're talking about an oil company or a Web3 company. It's, the amount of power that these people could potentially wield in the future means that, it's important for journalists to be able to do their job.
And let me just add, like, I think there is something really interesting about the fact that, Bored Ape Yacht Club and the, the company behind it was able to stay, pseudonymous for as long as they were able to. And I think that's interesting, but the idea that that became like a right that they had to keep their identity secret, I don't think is true. And so there is this fine line. I think the part that you're struggling with is like, you found that part interesting, right? The ability that they were able to create this company and nobody knew who they were, and the fact that you see other kinds of DAOs or other kinds of new organizations popping up where the identities aren't known, depending on the community, whether or not that is appreciated, is something that I think is really interesting and powerful about DAOs, and also potentially really useful in the journalism space, where you do want to have trusted sources, but those sources also need to protect their identities. Yeah. There are a lot of different competing forces here. But the nature of that, I still think, was just, standard garden variety journalism. This is an important company. They're raising a lot of money. Their identity matters.
Yeah, I mean, these are all fair points. And like I said, I can see it both ways. I guess because I've been, most of my career has been in crypto journalism. And so I'm just very used to calling people by pseudonyms. And unless they prove to me that they shouldn't be, that they should be fully, their first and last name, in my mind, like, let them be, right? But I guess that goes... It's a little bit of a hard line because, like, if I know somebody by both their first and last name and their pseudonym, then that means, like, I'm harboring that first and last name information and not releasing it publicly just because I don't think the public needs to know. But that puts, like, a weird pressure on me as the journalist, like, keeping that as well.
Yeah, no, I think that is an interesting struggle. I think everything is context dependent, right? You have to sort of understand, like, if that matters to the story, and in the case of the BuzzFeed article that revealed them, I think that was kind of the key point of it. I think there are lots of stories that don't need that, and it depends on what kind of story you're trying to tell. Sure. But I think the nature and the context of this story was just standard journalism.
Yeah, so I want to, so we'll stop arguing about this now. But I want to turn, we only have a few more minutes, but I sort of want to turn to other Web3, decentralized web, crypto tools that you think could be very valuable to journalists. So, I was on the panel with Brewster Kahle and some others about the decentralized web and decentralized storage like IPFS and Filecoin. In my mind, I think that's pretty powerful in terms of collecting the stories of journalists and making sure that they persist over time, hopefully so that we can start learning from our history, although humans don't appear to be very good at that. But yeah, so I'll start with you, Trevor. Just, are there these decentralized web technologies that you think journalists should be looking at a bit more?
Well, I think Web3 is in its very nascent stages. And there's a lot of promising projects going on. I mean, look at what Starling Labs is doing with kind of chain of custody of photographs to try to help try to mitigate misinformation or disinformation. But ultimately, I think these tools that will ultimately help journalists the most have yet to be built, or things that kind of exist on Web 2.0. Transitioning to Web 3.0 to become more resilient. I mean, I think the Internet Archive is the most amazing tool that is available to journalists in the history of the internet. I mean, how many times has journalists in this room used the Wayback Machine to find a page that no longer exists? I mean, their incredible collection of television clips, which somehow not a lot of people seem to know about, but it's the most amazing tool that you could possibly use if you're looking to figure out, what was on television and how can I use it in my reporting. Make it the Internet Archive through various actors over the years has come under threat. And if the decentralized web can make the Internet Archive more resilient, despite the fact that this is a tool that exists today, I think that's a huge win for journalism, because we know that it will be around, or is much more likely to be around in 10 years, 25 years, 50 years from now than it is today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brewster had mentioned that the life cycle of a web page is 100 days, which I thought was incredible. Like, surely none of you really knew that unless you just happened to know that stat. 100 days is not many days for a website. So anyway, Sherry, I'll pass that same question to you.
Yes, there are, I guess there are multiple different angles I'm thinking about this. Also, not just like reporting on Web3, but like running a hybrid Web2, Web3 company. So I guess those are like the buckets. So in terms of like financial analytics and transparency, I mentioned Dune Analytics. It requires a bit of technical knowledge of SQL specifically, but if you're familiar with that, it allows you to just like directly query Ethereum and build your own dashboards on any like tokens you want to follow, both fungible, non-fungible, any DAOs, kind of as an extension of that as well. So recommend that. Graph Protocol is another up-and-coming like analytics tool, also built on Ethereum. That's one bucket. On the I guess still very early but emerging area of I guess platforms on top of NFTs, if that's what you're interested in following, is just having more just like context on collectors especially. So there's an app called, it's literally called context.app. It allows you to follow specific collectors over time. So if that's an area of interest for anyone here, like if you want to follow some of the top like music NFT collectors, you can get their contract address, plug it into this app, and then it'll have like a feed for you, personalized feed. And then in the hybrid Web2, Web3 like ops world, I use Mirror a lot. They're definitely like the top Web3 native like publishing and crowdfunding and financing tool. We minted and sold our NFTs on Mirror, still are. Coinvise is super easy to use tool. If people are interested in minting their own social tokens or like fungible tokens, not NFTs, super easy to use interface. Coinvise, Coin-V-I-S-E, yeah. And I guess like Gnosis is, I don't know how familiar people are with these tools already, but like if you're interested in starting a DAO, a Gnosis safe allows you to have like multiple signers on a wallet if you're interested in going down that route. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Before I pass it to you, Mike, the journalists that are in the room, are we all familiar with Gnosis, Coinvise, Dune Analytics? Just by show of hands. Okay. Yeah, great, perfect. So I'm just gonna do like a very short plug of something that is not actually out in the world, but so ACJR is Association of Crypto Journalists and Researchers. I am a part of that group, like a ton of us are a part of that group, but one thing I want to do is start sessions for journalists that are like, here's how you look at an NFT contract, here's how you look at Etherscan, and basically take journalists through how to start reporting on these using the data that's available. So they have a Telegram and also probably a Discord. I can't remember. I'm just on their Telegram. I'm happy to send that to you if you guys are interested in those kinds of sessions. Then we'll get those worked up. But Mike, I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, and I know we're running out of time, so I'll repeat what just sort of reemphasize what both the other panelists had to say, and just to add to that, the one thing that I think is potentially really useful about Web3 for journalists is the fact that so much of journalism is under threat today, and that there are attacks, and we can talk about attacks on the Internet Archive, and hopefully they will be able to survive. But that it's also true of lots of journalism organizations. I know lots of people get legal threats. I've been sued a few times, unfortunately. I hope that no one else ever has to go through that experience, but they do, and some of those lawsuits lead to sites shutting down. And there's a project that I know Freedom of the Press Foundation has worked on, helping to archive news organizations that have shut down. And so the idea of having Web3 related things to be able to archive that in perpetuity, I think is a really, really useful tool.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. This was super interesting. Thank you all for being here. Yep.
Thank you guys so much. Thanks to our wonderful speakers. This has been an amazing morning. I want to have us take a quick break for lunch. If everyone can go downstairs, there's delicious food. There's an NFT minting station if you haven't already checked it out. And we look forward to seeing everybody back for the afternoon session.
We only have one mic, which is slightly awkward, but.
Aaron, let's maybe take the margarita out of the live stream.
Yes, good idea. All right. Okay. So we're gonna do this. We may have, like, as I was saying, we may have 15 minutes, or we may have 30 minutes to fill. So. So I'll just do kind of like a quick. We'll just do kind of like a quick intro, or I'll ask you to introduce yourself quickly, and then we'll kind of like. All right, and we're back with Filecoin Live here downstairs. Thanks to everyone who's hanging out here today, and it's been an awesome program upstairs. Great presence here at South by Southwest. So I'm Aaron Stanley with Filecoin Foundation. I'm here with John Paul Farmer, who is a former Chief Technology Officer of New York City and is a current advisor to the Filecoin Foundation, and Alan Red Ransel, who is the head of Filecoin Green. So we have lots of colors represented here. John Paul, I'd like to just have you introduce yourself really quick and kind of how you got interested in Filecoin, and particularly the NYC Open Data project that you helped shepherd for us.
Absolutely. It's great to be here and a part of the conversation here at South by Southwest. Until a couple months ago, I was the Chief Technology Officer of New York City, and in that role, I tried to make the city future ready. And we talked about that every single day. What could we be doing to make the city work better for people? That meant stuff that could help them right away, and some stuff that might be transformational and might take a little bit longer. And talking to folks at the Filecoin Foundation, I saw an opportunity to think differently about how we stored and hosted data. To think about how we could take the open data movement that really over the last decade plus has exploded here in the United States and around the world, and to make that something that was really by the people, for the people, something that could be decentralized, something where we didn't need to rely on just a few companies, but it could actually be something really truly open, and in that process save a lot of taxpayer dollars and free them up for better, higher use case to really make our government open by default. So that was the recent experience. Go back before that, and I got most interested in blockchain and decentralized technologies when I was thinking about identity. And that was while I was working at Microsoft previously, which sounds like a bit of a contrast, working for a major global company that's very centralized and thinking about decentralization. But I think that's what we're all tasked with, is no matter where we're sitting, let's think about how things could be better, what the future of technology can and should be. And that's what this conversation here today has been all about.
So talking about New York, I think what I find most interesting about New York and this decision to put their data on Filecoin, and there's really like a message that's being sent here that I think is very amplified by just the fact that it's New York City doing this. It's not some insignificant place, but there's I think there's a broader message being sent here about just cities fostering innovation and cities competing for talent in an age of remote work where we can kind of live and work anywhere we want. And, I want to go live in a place that's supportive of the values and sort of that's pro-innovation, right? So maybe talk a bit about the significance of this and what does this mean for other cities, other jurisdictions that are looking to be innovative and competitive in terms of, whether we're talking about Web3 or whether we're talking about other areas of innovation as well, or just competing for remote worker talent and tax dollars, I guess.
Well, New York City is not just a place with 9 million people and visitors and tourists. It's also the home to the second largest tech ecosystem on the planet. And if you're going to be a tech ecosystem, you've got to constantly be evolving with the changing landscape and as new technologies emerge. And so for New York City, and this is something that's not just me saying this, but the current mayor, Eric Adams, who took office in January, has been really clear that he wants to make sure that the city of New York is at the forefront of hosting, inviting, being open to the industries of the future. And so he's focused on cryptocurrency. And what we did last year, starting with this experiment to test out what decentralized storage looks like, what the Filecoin network could do, both in terms of saving money, in terms of resilience, a bunch of potential benefits for people, but it's only real when you have hard data. And so that's what's happening right now, is that the city of New York and Filecoin are measuring exactly what is happening, what the impact of storage on Filecoin is versus on the hyperscale cloud providers, which can be could be very expensive in some cases. So that's what the opportunity is. And as you pointed out, if you can make it in New York City, you can make it anywhere. And I really believe that this is a type of technology that every public servant should be thinking about. Because if they're trying to do the best job for the people they serve, their constituents, you got to think about how you ensure resiliency, redundancy, low latency, low cost, all the things that really benefit people. The reasons that we make data open in the first place is for researchers and journalists and academics and entrepreneurs and anybody to make the best use of it that they can. Well, the more data that we have at the lowest cost, again, lowest latency, resiliency, we have confidence it's going to be around for the long run, that's a good thing for society. And so I'd love to see more cities and municipalities looking at the Filecoin Foundation, this network, this opportunity, and learning from what New York has done and perhaps running their own experiments in the future.
Great, and I love this conversation about innovation because cities innovating because in this realm because it really ties hand in hand with the question of sustainability, right? And with that, I'm going to hand this over to Alan, who is the mastermind behind Filecoin Green. So I'd love for you to give us kind of a quick flyover of what Filecoin Green is. Very exciting initiative, and what do folks here need to know about Filecoin Green?
Yeah, thank you. So Filecoin Green is our initiative to bring the benefits of Web3 and how we work with data to sustainability reporting. And so right now, we know how to measure emissions, right? There's the greenhouse gas protocol. If you're a company, you can try to figure out what all your inputs are, how much fuel you burn, where your electricity comes from, and at the end of the year, you can report on what your impacts were. We want to take all of that and build that into the technology that we're building in Web3 at the deepest level. So you're not just working with old data from a year ago, trying to work out what are those impacts, but as you do things in Web3, right? As you store data, as you buy an NFT, as you make a transaction, you're able to just see transparently what are the environmental impacts of that action right now. And if you are a program, right, if you're not a person, you're a program, you have that information available to you. And so you have the tools in order to understand what your options are. What am I trying to do? What are my options? Can I choose to reduce my impacts and go with options that lower those? And in Filecoin, our whole ethos, right, is to move from location addressing to content addressing. So can we take ways of working with data, which previously relied on trusting that whoever was holding that data wouldn't change it, would keep it there, and relied on all of these data schemas that were ultimately walled gardens, in which some large company is putting a lot of effort into maintaining that walled garden the way it is, right? And puts a lot of effort into making sure all these data schemas interoperate. Can we just build the technology in a way that you are able to get this verifiability and interoperability just built into the way we work with content address data? So if I believe these are my environmental impacts, I not only take those claims on faith, but I actually am able to trace them back to the underlying data sets that back up those environmental impacts. And so in Filecoin right now, we've built this into what we're doing. And so we're able to go to filecoin.energy. You can see the energy used by any node in the Filecoin system. And as we are connecting the network with renewable energy, you're able to see how does that node use energy, where is that energy coming from, and specifically which renewable energy source is generating the energy to store my data.
Wow, so yeah, Filecoin Green. This is what I love about this is that it's not just sort of greenwashing or just like kind of virtue signaling, but it's like this is provable, or it's not just sort of retroactive reporting. Well, I think we had a third of our energy came from renewable. It's not just like some self-reporting kind of you're just trusting people that report it accurately, but it's provable. It's on chain. It's all verifiable, and I think it's just a really I think it's a game changer for basically like whether it's public servants in New York or whether it's any company that uses data, which is everybody, right? So really exciting initiative. I know it's one of our big priorities at Filecoin for this coming year is really kind of injecting ourselves into this conversation on the sustainability front. So with that, we are going to turn it over. We're going to head back upstairs. Oh, we're at 1 p.m. start time. Okay.
not on. Hello? Hey everybody, so glad you're here, glad everybody's eating. We're gonna start back up again in about 5 minutes upstairs with a keynote presentation from Juan Bennett. So hope everybody can join us upstairs in about 5 minutes. Thanks so much.
You should be set. Megan's going to introduce you, and then people fill in.
I will, yeah. Is that okay? Can be. I mean, HDMI? Nope. Do you have a dongle? Nope. I might. I need it for HDMI. Thank you. Can we try it out, baby? Try to what? Can we try it out? Oh, yeah.
Are you going to use it at the podium?
Yeah.
I already got him one. Here, I'm going to get tape real quick, but that's your plug and that's your other.
Thank you. I'll try it out. Hello.
Hey, Ron.
How are you?
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be like 1 minute.
Oh yeah, no problem. Hopefully we have a better connection than yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Just let me know when you're ready to go.
Almost. All right, ready to go.
Sweet. Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. We had an amazing morning. I'm super duper excited to kick off the afternoon at the Decentralized Web Gateway, powered by the Filecoin Foundation. And we're starting off our afternoon session with a super special speaker. Here we have Juan Benet, founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, a long-time pioneer in decentralized storage, and the inventor of IPFS and Filecoin. We give a huge round of applause for Juan.
Thank you so much.
Also a generally awesome human.
Is it okay if I take off my mask?
Yeah, you can go.
Great. Hey everyone, really excited to be here with you. I have a few things to go through.
what I want to talk about today is public data commons. Think of how much society uses different kinds of data sets and different kinds of computing infrastructure to store really precious, valuable data. Not just your personal private data, but the data that we as a community use together to govern our lives, to form organizations, to form governments, to decide what we want to do. So the advent of crypto gives us the mechanisms to build public data commons that enable a new kind of structure that hasn't really been possible in the internet before. So I want to kind of get to motivate why that matters and kind of describe how we're going to build these things. Filecoin is a crypto-powered storage network. The mission of Filecoin is to create a decentralized, efficient, and robust foundation for humanity's information. There's a lot embedded in that statement. What I want to kind of focus on today is the kind of foundation for humanity's information part, and so I'll dive deeper into that. And so, kind of the thing I want you to picture is just that library off to my left. Think of like storing all of the world's knowledge and making it publicly accessible to all. I don't have to convince you of this. I think you're living it. The changes in computing, wave after wave, for the last 80 years have totally transformed our species. A human today is vastly more powerful than a human 80 years ago. And these kinds of changes are transforming our species. Today, we are this highly interconnected, sort of like meta-organism that together, billions of humans, mediated by trillions of computing devices, interact in all kinds of ways. And all of this is sort of mediated by different applications and services that are riding on our computing application platforms. Now today, the main application platform is the web. So the web sort of rides on the internet. The mobile web and the mobile apps sort of like are bolted onto the side. But the major thing that powers how we interact is the web platform, the ability to form just basic documents that then you can upgrade into an application and push through the broader internet and make them accessible to everyone in the world. And what's been really amazing over the last 30 years now, can't believe it's been that long, is that any group of people can get together, discuss some problem, dream up an idea, spend some amount of time and some amount of resources in acquiring computers, learning how to program, building a thing, and shipping out to the world, to now grant a superpower, a highly scalable superpower, to the rest of the world. Now, of course, the world here is the connected world. Of course, tons of people around the world don't have connectivity. That's a separate and super critical problem. But part of what's made the web this amazing environment that has given us so much is that it is this permissionless, free innovation medium where small groups of people can get together, dream up an idea, code up a superpower, and deliver it to the world. And as you tap into that superpower, you can dream up other ideas and get together with other people, make your own version, and ship it out to the world. And so that has been one of the things under the undercurrent of the amazing growth that the world has seen over the last 30 years. Now, there's a bunch of different changes coming in the horizons of computing. So if you start looking not just to the past, but look ahead, many different kind of interfaces are coming into our society. Everything from augmented reality, virtual reality, brain-computer interfaces, AI systems, eventually AGI. And all of these are going to be mediated and run through the same kind of application platforms that we use and build today, if those application platforms can be good enough for these interfaces. Now, all of these things are going to change our lives dramatically more than the internet has already. And when those arrive, it's really critical that the properties of the computing platform have our best benefits in mind, right? So the creators of these things should be aiming for the broadest, most beneficial kind of outcomes that we can aim for. And a lot of that often depends on the properties of the internet underneath the hood. So whether the internet makes it easy for two parties to connect or small groups to connect, whether that internet is robust and or whether it's brittle and one single party could cut off access to a whole community, or whether an invading country can like shut down your internet and prevent you from coordinating with your family and finding each other to like escape or to fight back. So all of those kinds of properties that are fundamental to the protocols that our devices run are ultimately what are playing huge roles in how humanity interacts. So this is why it really matters that the infrastructure, the infrastructure that we run, does not depend on centralized parties. That does not depend on groups that can decide to disconnect people, or can decide to impose their values on others, or that can be coerced to do so. Oftentimes, this is not like it's not like a centralized provider is a bad actor. It's just they're rational and they're coerced by other parties. So as you kind of consider the impact of computing in the past and the future, just think of the properties that you want the internet to have. Think of the key characteristics that you want to imbue the underlying network now, before all of these other interfaces come into our lives and change our lives dramatically more. So already, the benefits of a decentralization are huge. When these interfaces start arriving, it'll be even more important that we bake in rights into the network. So this is kind of where Web3 fits in. It gives us the primitives and components to be able to imbue the network with verifiability layers and economic incentive layers that allow us to create some guarantees about the operation of the system. And so you can think of a whole bunch of different values that Web3 might be aiming for. These are just some that I threw together a few years ago. I'm sure that other people have their own lists. Each of these things sort of maps onto sets of protocols or set of properties that you might want to have in the system. So think of freedom of speech or freedom of assembly mean that you need computing systems that allow you to connect to each other, that allow you to publish information that is broadly accessible. Reader and writer privacy means that the network shouldn't be able to track the people that publish information or that read certain kinds of information. So as you kind of, all of these properties or all of these values, we would like to bake into the underlying protocols. So let's kind of like shift gears. So hopefully I've kind of impressed upon you how important it is to bake in rights into the network layer. Now, I want to kind of drill in and focus on kind of the users own and control their data piece, because that's, I think, where the crypto primitives that we have today enable a whole set of characteristics that haven't really been seen before. And so this is where the data commons perspective comes in. So now I want you to sort of, maybe I'll use this slide again, this one. So I'd like you to imagine some really precious set of information that you really care about. It could be a set of books, it could be some maps, it could be things like Wikipedia or encyclopedias, it could be learning materials to propagate knowledge, it could be the infrastructure layout of your city, it could be the real-time data showing the public transportation lines, it could be the kind of like weather conditions around the planet in any one given moment, so that you can track like pollution, or you can track whether or not certain parties are adhering to commitments made to be more sustainable and so on. So there's all these really critical data sets. And today, most of those data sets end up in some centralized provider where a specific company is making some specific guarantees about that data. And this is a brittle structure for societies to build their platforms on. Societies and governments and so on need ways of interacting, ways of governing their data sets in a way that can be directly with the community as opposed to having to go through some intermediary and only through the interfaces that intermediary provides. So ideally, we would like to create a structure that, much like we can create land commons, and think of the whole idea of like creating commons comes from being able to use land together as a society, being able to kind of think of like pastures and fisheries and roads, or all kinds of these common use structures. We're now going to be able to create these kinds of things on the internet. And today, there's been a lot of groups that have tried to create these digital commons, but ultimately they're sort of hampered by the structure of the internet today and the structure of the web. The web today forces you to be a specific authority, a specific identity, publishing data in the network. You can't form a collective, you can't form a community that together is going to govern the data without sort of hooking into some kind of human organization already embedded in a nation state or that has a bank account somewhere. And like that's what we can rebase. Like we can build now structures that do not require you to have some entity in a nation state or some bank account that can shut down access or that can intermediate and decide how your transactions should work. So this is like what's going to enable us to form communities and collectives and data commons directly on the network. So maybe I'll describe like how we might get to that. So you think of many different kinds of data sets that you might want to gather. So the key thing that enables us to do this is that at the end of the day, a commons or a system of participants coming together to transact together around a shared resource needs some structure, some mechanisms that govern those commons, especially if you want to avoid things like the tragedy of the commons, which is a classic problem when groups get together and try to govern a resource. But this is where mechanism design comes in. This is why crypto enables us to do this. It lets us encode the rules of and the behaviors, the participation rights, the governance rights, the governance responsibilities of various parties directly into the structure of the commons itself, and you can kind of instantiate those systems directly on the network. A lot of what I'm describing is like just starting to appear, so you can think of all the DAOs as like the first versions of that. What's coming ahead is a thing a lot of us in the Filecoin community are calling data DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations that are going to govern some shared resource, some shared data sets, and are going to decide how different parties use that data, how they, what rights various different parties have, rights to access, rights to view, in what conditions, where, all of those kinds of things can be encoded into the infrastructure, into the layers of the internet that enable parties to transact. And that way communities can decide, can form that commons, decide how it should be governed, and then enable free and open participation by anybody within those specified rules. And they don't have to kind of continue running it or be responsible or be capable of being coerced to change the rules, which is really a very fundamental piece here. So I want to kind of show some macro trends just so that we kind of understand what kind of data might want to be part of this at the beginning. So this is kind of like, just so that we have in mind what these sort of things, what these interfaces and software and tools have to target. So this is a trend of the connections in the world. So that green slice that is way bigger than PCs, tablets, and so on is smartphones. Most of the internet today is accessed through these pocket supercomputers. And it's really critical that all our products and interfaces and so on are accessible to these things. So right now, a lot of the crypto world is not that accessible to these things. So this enabling access through phones really, really matters. That big blue thing at the bottom that is creeping up and it's going to swallow everything, in terms of proportion, is a thing called machine to machine, which means this is kind of large-scale infrastructure, IoT, factories, and so on. All of that stuff is coming online and getting automated. That's what that traffic represents. This also represents, I think, data center to data center traffic, so it might be sort of cheating. There might be a lot of consumer-oriented things embedded in there, but still kind of most of the internet traffic is computers acting on our behalf to prepare things for us. Here is kind of slicing down, taking a different slice, more at what consumers do. This is like the share of internet traffic. So some amount is web and data. But the vast amount is video. So in the last 20 years, sort of humanity has used these systems to now push tons of video through the network. Now, in practice, like the actual page views and so on might be more in other kinds of information. Like if you think of your day-to-day, you probably consume way more direct like text and so on. But video is like a huge part of like the large data and the traffic over the internet. And more, what's been kind of very surprising about the Ukraine war right now is so much of the news coming out is video. It's like individual people recording what's going on and pushing it to often Twitter or TikTok, and those are like the main ways that like things are getting out, which is kind of crazy. Like you can sort of see TikTok front running like major news outlets, and it's kind of crazy. And now key point there is like we need to be able to discern what's true and what's not true. We need to be able to discern how things are presented and so on. And so it's important to build community systems around all of this data that's getting generated to be able to kind of distill it and reason about it better and so on. And today, the kind of centralized platforms, especially centralized social networks, don't really let you do that. They want sort of like this very direct connection from creator to publisher, and that data stream, you can't really tap into it and comment on it. You can't sort of like grab that data and refer to it and say, hey, actually, this thing is super biased in these ways, or hey, actually, this thing is like proved to be fake, or hey, this video was like a totally different conflict that just like got slapped in. And it would be really amazing to be able to build applications that can layer on top of the data to provide those different kinds of views. And today, that can't work because of how the infrastructure works. Because we put all of our data within a single centralized provider, that centralized provider owns the connection directly to the consumer and makes it really impossible to build those kinds of applications. But if we build a data commons layer where the data can be addressed independently of those developers, you can address it by hash and so on, then you can start building those kinds of applications and those kinds of systems, because you can gather data together and provide then different interfaces to view it. Yeah, here's another, video is massive. Like if you're not working on like improving the situation, definitely consider it. So yeah, let me now go on to data sets, and I'll sort of finish quickly. So one really important piece of the whole puzzle is that once you gather data, you want to be able to compute on it. So you want to be able to run computation around that data. And so one of the key things that's going to appear with these data DAOs and these data communities is that they're going to govern how you should compute on it, what kind of access you should get. And this can help solve a bunch of the problems that are out there right now in terms of fair use of information, or ethical ways of computing on social data, ethical ways of computing on private data, and so on. Being able to kind of layer in specific kind of rights around the data when the computation is coming in, I think is really critical. So imagine kind of a data DAO leveraging these decentralized clouds and defining how those functions that want to run over your data should operate. One other important piece here is data has gravity. Data is really big and heavy once you start getting into petabytes and exabytes and so on. It's really difficult to move it. I'm sure a lot of people in this room know just how difficult it is to move a lot of data. So we're going to be moving the computation close to the data. So think of storage providers and so on expanding to have GPUs and other ways of running computations around the data. And so now, think back to those data sets that I asked you to think about at the very beginning. Maybe I'll like flash a few different kinds of things. Maybe it'll hit what you were thinking about. And just as we together build up all of these different systems and different applications and different services that we want to, all these superpowers that we're creating, think of imbuing that critical data set that you really care about with shared rights, and think of the community that should govern that data together. And then now, let's kind of like break down how to construct a data DAO. So the main components of a data DAO are just one piece, which is the ability to make decisions as a group, which already exists. These are the DAO smart contracts. The ability to kind of tie an identity with some participation rights over a shared resource. So great, we have like that component done. And the next thing is that you need to associate that DAO with an updatable data set. So you need a form of a collection that can be stored on-chain, that can reference some updating data set, and can decide who gets to update that data, or who gets to validate that some item is within that data set, and can track over time the long-term maintenance of that data, so making sure that data can be preserved, and can decide on the access rights of participants trying to use that data. So kind of like think of a model like this, where over time you kind of have these DAOs that are associated with some set of data structures directly on chain that can describe the set of rights that people can have over the data, and can govern the collection that you maintain. So I think a lot of that tooling is missing. So that's kind of the opportunity here to make data DAOs work. And I think there's a number of people working on this. If you find, I don't know what's private or public, so I don't know whether to mention or not. But there's a number of people in the community working on data DAOs. And this is one of the things that I'm most excited about in the whole Filecoin space, because these things are going to start emerging and start collecting many different kinds of data sets, gathering the community around those data sets to help curate it and help maintain it over time. One other crazy thing that I'll kind of like throw in there is that because of how the Filecoin crypto economy works, it is possible, at least for this year and very likely next year and potentially the year after that, maybe forever. People have argued to me that like, this actually will continue forever. I'm not sure. All right, I see the argument rather, and I think it's very potential. But you know, probabilities. That right now, during this period, where the capacity for storage greatly exceeds the amount of data used, meaning while the data onboarding is continuing, that means that the block reward can be shared with these data DAOs. And so that means that important commons that are governing really critical data sets can get funded by the crypto network itself, that can get funded by Filecoin itself to bring the data online. And that is super powerful. So just think back to those data sets that you were thinking about. Think of the communities that are gathering them. Think of the communities that are curing those data sets. Often they're tragically underfunded. So this might be a way to like leverage the crypto economy of Filecoin to get all of those groups funded in a super scalable way, matching to the data and the use of that data around it. So a lot of this will probably get better as the on-chain primitives improve, so as things like the FEM ship and so on. So yeah, really looking forward to this. And I will leave here because I think I'm already way over time. So thank you very much, and see you again soon.
Super late. That was amazing.
Thank
That was
you.
amazing.
It was amazing. We loved it.
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Juan. I think that we can never hear enough about the larger vision of what we are all doing with Filecoin and the possibilities that exist with putting in a layer one solution that is truly decentralized. I'm really, really excited about our next panel, where we're going to look at financial surveillance in a cashless society. We have a set of people who are on the front lines of looking at crypto, Web3, and civil liberties. These are really people who are fighting for the future of our data and our privacy. And we have them up.
Absolutely. You guys can have a seat. I'll put Spanish podium. All right. Sounds good. Can everybody hear me? Excellent. I am always excited to hear Juan speak because it reminds me of the important work we're doing in Washington to help people like him who have such a wonderful vision into what our next generation of internet can look like. So, well, excited to have everyone here today. Our topic is financial surveillance in a cashless society, but do we think a cashless society is a surveillance society? Maybe. I don't know. We'll get into it. I know these people have a lot of opinions. So just by way of introduction, obviously financial records can be deeply personal and revealing. They contain a trove of sensitive information about our personal lives, our beliefs, our affiliations, and how we interact with and regulate and maintain these records really has to be done with careful consideration regarding their effect on privacy and speech and innovation, and this is what we're going to be talking about today. So I'm joined today by Marta Belcher, who is the chair of the Filecoin Foundation, the great sponsor of this awesome Decentralized Web Gateway event. So super excited to have Marta here. She also works as counsel to EFF in one of her many side hustles. So super excited to have her. Sheila Warren, oh my gosh, amazing. She is the CEO of the Crypto Council for Innovation. Jake Chervinsky at the very end there. Sorry to skip over you, Jillian. I'm going by the order in my notes. He is the head of policy at the Blockchain Association, where I also work, and so super excited to have Jake here today. And then Jillian York, who is the Director of International Freedom of Expression at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So please join me in welcoming this all-star panel today. So I know time is short, we have a lot to cover, but why don't we start with Marta here. So why is it so important that we have a mechanism for anonymous transactions in the digital world? Just to set the stage.
Yeah, so I think that there is this myth that privacy is bad and that tools that enable privacy and anonymity are illegal or enable illegal activity. And I think that that is fundamentally just a very important misunderstanding. Privacy is absolutely critical to civil liberties, as is the ability to transact anonymously. And the example I always give when I talk about this is this really powerful picture I saw during the Hong Kong protests. So there are these pictures of the pro-democracy protesters, and they're in line at the subway station, and they're in these really long lines because they wanted to use cash to pay for their subway tickets rather than electronic purchases, because they didn't want those electronic purchases to place them at the scene of the protest. And so for me, that really underscores that a cashless society really is a surveillance society, and the importance of financial transactions being able to be anonymous for civil liberties.
All right, well, why don't we hand it over next to Sheila and Jake to touch upon an incredibly timely topic, which is Russia and Ukraine, because we've been seeing, because both Jake and Sheila and I work with policymakers trying to sort of educate them and dispel any misunderstandings, which, there's a lot of those, and advance good policies in this space. But, I think what's interesting is we've seen, I think, a fairly small subset of lawmakers that really want to shut down access to people around the world to have access to crypto transactions. So, Sheila, I'd love to get kind of your thoughts on particularly how sort of the crypto industry and sort of the on-ramps and off-ramps are thinking about compliance with sanctions. And then, we'll hand it over to Jake, because I know you've had a lot of, if you guys don't follow Jake on Twitter, you should. He's got a lot of thoughts on this as well. So why don't we start with you, Sheila?
Well, let's just start by landing the primary point, which is what a terrible idea. So cutting off access to crypto transactions anywhere in the world is just a fundamentally terrible idea for myriad reasons, not the least of which is that it's basically impossible to segregate and isolate by broad category anything. So if you look at geographic distribution, you say, for example, which we heard quite a bit. We all heard in the beginning of this invasion, we got to cut off every wallet address that's located in Russia in any fashion. Well, okay, that's a terrible idea, because again, how are you articulating or determining what the purpose of that transaction is going to be? How are you ensuring that you're actually not cutting off access to humanitarian assistance? There's plenty of documentation and evidence around the tremendous outpouring of support from the crypto community, but from others using crypto rails to provide very needed humanitarian assistance. And essentially, we've seen the Ukrainian government crowdfund a war defense, which, we should pause on for a moment, because it's staggering development in the evolution of crypto and the understanding of the use cases and what can be done with it. So yeah, I think there's just the fundamental, Kristen, as you noted, there's a lot of misunderstanding and misperception about what happens here and what is done. And I'll just land one further point before handing over to Jake to go into, I think, more detail on this. But one thing we heard a lot of was well, this is of course going to be the immediate tool used by Russian oligarchs to avoid, sanctions. And of course, that makes absolutely no sense if you're familiar with crypto because of the amount of liquidity you'd be looking to move and the traceability of any transaction, et cetera. So we were able to, I do think all of us were able to get in there and land very compelling evidence that made absolutely no sense, which was really heard. What's been disappointing is seeing how, even though we know policymakers are on board with this position and understand it, a lot of mainstream media isn't quite there yet. So we're actually seeing in parallel deep understanding, I would say, quite deep technical understanding even by national security personnel, but then simultaneously op-eds and others that are still trying to land this point about, sanctions evasion that actually doesn't make any sense. But over to you, Jake.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of concern about crypto being used for sanctions evasions. Those concerns, I will just say, are totally unfounded. So let me explain a little bit. And I think partly this goes back to what Marta was saying about people using the concept of privacy or anonymity as sort of just a scare tactic to make people feel like, oh, if it's anonymous, it must be bad. And that's not the case when it comes to crypto and sanctions. So when it comes to sanctions, the main impact of sanctions is in stopping people in the Western world from doing business with people in Russia. It does not matter what medium of exchange you want to use. If you are an American citizen and you want to do business with Russia, you are not allowed to do that, right? You cannot sell them goods, you cannot provide them services, you can't do business with them in any way, whether you're using dollars or gold or seashells or Bitcoin or anything else. So the impact of sanctions is not really affected in any way by crypto. The fact that there is an alternative payment system does not really give sanctioned Russian parties a way to evade sanctions. Nonetheless, we've had all of these fears that come up because there is sort of this stigma around privacy that, oh, the Russian oligarchs will be able to get away with doing business with people who would otherwise be prohibited from those transactions just because there is privacy in that system. And that's also just not true, right? First of all, there's no reason to think that an American company that is legally prohibited from doing business with a Russian oligarch is going to do that just because they feel like their transaction might be private, right? If you want to send machine parts to Russia, you can't really do that privately. That's like not something that Bitcoin helps you get away with or any other type of crypto asset. The other thing is, the liquidity in the crypto ecosystem, as Sheila was mentioning, just isn't deep enough for an entire nation state to run their entire economy. Maybe someday that'll change, but at this moment, that's just not a real concern. And so this is something that we have to deal with a lot when we're working on crypto policy, is pushing back against these sort of very vague, maybe not even good faith concerns about crypto, right? Some of this might come back to people who just don't like what we're working on and want to find ways to try to attack it by telling them the truth about what's actually going on and what the technology actually does and does not do.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw something about Russia has put aside something like $650 billion for this advance on Ukraine. And if you look at like ruble trading pairs on crypto exchanges in Russia, it's a fraction of that. And so they just simply can't do what they need to do. The liquidity just isn't there. So no, I think it's super interesting. Jillian, why don't we turn to you? I would love to hear just sort of generally about the value of decentralization and how it can help protect civil liberties, but maybe more specifically also talk about the connection between financial surveillance and censorship.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think as all of you know, most of the platforms that you use, whether we're talking about financial platforms or your, social media platforms, your internet service providers, et cetera, are centralized. These are, they operate on the business model of surveillance capitalism. And as we know, surveillance and censorship go hand in hand. If you're being watched, you're not going to feel free, right? And so when we're looking at this, from the general perspective of intermediaries, we have to look at it as decentralization takes away that central, that sort of central control system and gives you more freedom and more power over what you can do and say. And so this translates into the financial arena, but as well as, throughout the other internet platforms that you use. Now, financial intermediaries, be it credit card systems or payment providers like PayPal or Venmo also are deeply interlinked with all of these systems that you use. And so they hold sort of undue influence over what you can see and say online. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. I've worked a lot more on financial censorship than I have on surveillance, so this is great. So to give a couple of examples, last year, August of 2021, OnlyFans, which I think folks are probably familiar with, at least in theory, became very popular throughout the pandemic for people, both people who are working in the area of sex work, but also other content creators, became very popular for people to sell their work. And then OnlyFans last August said, we're not going to host sexual content anymore. Now, this obviously, kind of pulled the rug out from under a lot of people who'd become reliant on that platform. Now, why did they do it? Well, they said that it was, I believe the quote was, because of banking providers and other financial intermediaries, pressure from them. They didn't give any more detail than that, but that's a great example of how these platforms, or how these financial platforms and intermediaries can kind of hold sway over freedom of expression. Another example, just to kind of turn the globe a little bit, go somewhere else in the world, PayPal refuses to operate in the Palestinian territories. Now, they don't give a reason for this. We've done a lot of work trying to convince them as to why, and from all we know, it's some sort of legal interpretation around terrorism statutes. That is to say, they may have obligations toward cutting off certain people in the same way as sanctions, but that's still a minority of people within those territories, not the majority of citizens there. Notably, they do happily operate in Israel, including in the occupied territories. So, to give that as an example, I think that that's another area where an American company is holding undue power over an entire people to refuse services to them. And so, to link that back to financial surveillance, that's an area where if you're being watched in that way, if you're being censored in that way, you can't operate freely. And I think that this is what brings us to the importance of cryptocurrency.
All right, you guys are answering so fast, we can slow it down now. 'Cause I know we had to cut this short by 20 minutes, but feel free to. Jake and I last night were like, are you ready for this? And Jake's like, I could talk about this all day, so.
Well, Marta and I can always talk about Fourth Amendment
Yes, we
litigation
can.
for an hour, so maybe we'll get there at some point.
All right, great. Well, why don't, let's bring it back to Marta for a second, because I do want to get, for those of you who were here earlier today, I obviously care very much about the policymaking element of this, and how do policymakers view this? How can we change policies to support all of the work that people in this room are doing? But Marta, maybe you can walk us through a little bit of the history of the financial regulatory environment and sort of help us understand why we're starting to see some of these conflicts, which we'll get into in more detail, between the crypto world and the traditional financial services world.
Thanks, Kristen. So, the Fourth Amendment in the United States balances the privacy and civil liberties interests of citizens with the reasonable, legitimate needs of law enforcement by requiring that law enforcement goes and gets a warrant if they want information about a citizen, right? So under the Fourth Amendment, you need to have reasonable cause and you need to have a judge that says, yes, you can go get this information about a citizen, right? So with that in mind, how is it that we got to a place today where many of our financial transactions are turned over to the government by default en masse without a warrant in a system of mass surveillance? Like, how did we get there? Well, the reason that we got there is something called the third-party doctrine. So this sort of goes back to a case in the 1970s, U.S. v. Miller. And this case was about the Bank Secrecy Act, or at least the Bank Secrecy Act as it was being utilized at the time, which was one of the ways in which law enforcement was the government was getting access to bank records by default, again, without a warrant. So that was a Supreme Court case where the Supreme Court in the 1970s said, well, you've given this information to a third party, to a bank. And so that means that you've lost your reasonable expectation of privacy in that information. And so that is the third-party doctrine. And that is the reason that the government is able to do this surveillance at a mass scale without it being a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, a lot has happened since the 1970s. And my view is that if we were to take this case back up to the Supreme Court today, it would actually come out very differently. The reason for that is that in the decades since Miller, there have been a series of Supreme Court decisions where the Supreme Court has said, In the 1970s, the amount of information that you could get from someone, from their bank records and from the information that they give to third parties, is just absolutely minuscule compared to today, where you can't go literally a second, right, without information about your location, about your transactions, about all this information being turned over to the government, turned over to third parties on a second by second basis, just by virtue of carrying around a cell phone, right? And so the Supreme Court has started to recognize this and has started to chip away at the third party doctrine. And so in addition to that, the Bank Secrecy Act and the amount of financial surveillance that happens today is greatly expanded beyond what was happening when the Supreme Court reviewed this in U.S. v. Miller. So my view is if this case went back up, there would be a pretty good chance that it would actually lead to a lot less financial surveillance. And my view is the financial surveillance that's happening today is actually unconstitutional.
All right, so we have this Bank Secrecy Act that has deputized these intermediaries for ostensibly a good cause, right? But as you mentioned, there are some negative consequences. Sheila, I want to go to you for a second because I know in your prior role at the World Economic Forum, but in your current role as well, I mean, I think one of the major issues when we look at cryptocurrency is what can this do to bring more people into the system? And can you talk a little bit about some of like what's the negative consequences of the Bank Secrecy Act and the potential for cryptocurrency to bring those who are outside of the system and giving them access to financial services that they need?
Yeah, probably my favorite question, as you well know. So I want to go back to something that Jillian was talking about with the example she was giving, because a lot of the ways, what information is shared, the ability we as ordinary citizens have to engage in the banking system is really determined by the risk tolerance of these intermediaries, of these centralized actors. And that risk tolerance can change. It can change when a new general counsel takes over. It can change when a new CEO happens or when a new innovation is introduced, right? And so in some cases, like the PayPal Palestine example is kind of a classic example of overreach, of being very risk intolerant in a context for reasons that, again, are completely unknown to most of us, despite many efforts by many of us try to figure it out. And so the Bank Secrecy Act, one of the consequences is that the banking trail, like the route you can kind of take when money flows, it goes from a bank to a bank to a bank to a bank, right? It's not just a direct me to you, the way that our beautiful system operates. There's no peer-to-peer concept at all. It's banks talking to each other. And so as a result of the Bank Secrecy Act, without getting too technical about it, what has happened is that many banks based in the US, or based anywhere really, have declined to engage in relationships, they're called correspondent banking relationships, with banks in certain jurisdictions, which means it's not only impossible to use traditional banking systems or to kind of go to your bank account and have an easy path to get money to a remittance corridor, to get money to Guatemala, or to get money to Venezuela, whatever it is, it's also really expensive to do it because you have to have so many hops. And every time there's a hop from bank to bank, you're paying a fee. Okay, so that's one of the reasons our system is so expensive. Recently, big press was earlier this year when Citi pulled out of a bunch of Mexican banking relationships. Okay, so now harder, if you have a Citi account, you're doing more hops to get money into Mexico. That's kind of overstatement, but there's ways that this is happening. It happens every single day. So I think, I hate the term unbanked and underbanked. I find these terms to be I don't like them. I like the term historically
We don't
excluded.
actually want people to have to go to banks.
I just don't think, I think it just, exactly, I think it presumes that there's something about that system that is amazing. And I'm like, I don't know, really, is it? I'm not so sure. I was a person who was 22 trying to get a bank account. I'm a person now who's not 22, a little older than that, who doesn't have problems getting access to bank accounts, but I've experienced all of that. So to me, I like the term historically excluded people, because I think that we have to assign intention and deliberateness and say the reason that our systems don't work for people is because of deliberate decisions that were made. Now, again, I think as Juan Benet actually was saying earlier in his presentation, like who said it, it's not that these people are necessarily malicious, it's that they are taking rational actions based on how they understand regulations, and they're viewing some transactions as being more risky than others, and they are therefore declining to serve those transactions. Nevertheless, there is intentionality and action that's happening. This is not accidental, right? So it's important to understand that. Now, the beauty of the systems that many of us in this room are designing and supporting is that you don't have to worry about that kind of thing because you're engaging in a wallet-to-wallet transaction. So the hops, there's one hop. There's not 4,000 hops that are going on. At every stage, you don't have an actor that can decide, oh, nope, I'm going to cut off this corridor now. Just kidding, can't do it this way, right? So I forget what your question was, Kristen, because I get startled about this topic. But I think it's just important to understand that we have a system today, a legacy system in operation, that is not serving most people very well. It's not like it's serving everybody and a couple of people are left out of it, or a minority. It's really not serving most people very well. So I like the term barely banked, right? There are an awful lot of people. Me at 22, I was clinging to this system, like, please don't kick me out of the system, right? I was worried every time about overdraft fees or this or that. And that's a significant portion of the population, including here in the United States.
Can I just throw in 2 points?
Please do.
So first of all, on this concept of de-risking, which is the term you use for financial institutions that decide to exclude certain customers, even though they are not legally required to do so. De-risking is a massive problem, and not just in the US. This is a really big problem for NGOs overseas who get excluded just because, again, the bank is afraid, or not just afraid, but that the compliance costs are so high that as a business matter, it's not worth it to them to provide those services because they have to do heightened due diligence, so it just becomes too expensive. This is a really big problem. It's also a problem that we experience in the crypto industry ourselves. So most crypto companies have bank accounts at multiple banks just because they don't know at any moment when some bank might decide this company is too high risk for us, or hey, we're banks, we don't really like what's going on in crypto. Maybe if we kick all these people out, it'll benefit us in some way. And this is true for individuals as well. There was a story recently of a CEO of a decentralized finance project who had his account closed with 2 weeks notice and no reason given at all. But presumably it was just because he had money that was related to crypto and the bank didn't like it. So this is something that we deal with every single day, and it has a real impact, not just on us, but on a lot of people. The second thing I wanted to add was we tend to focus a lot on these US people who are trying to get access to the banking system, and that's natural because that's where we are. We're US experts, but there are people all over the world who are being excluded from their local banking system or financial system, not just because the banking system thinks it's too high risk, but because the banking system is controlled by the government, and the government decides that those people are not worthy of access to financial services. So if you are a Uyghur Muslim in China, you absolutely do not have access to the financial system. It's not because of a risk calculus, it's because the government is trying to commit a genocide against that group of people. And that is why, I think, to go back again to what Jillian was saying, that is why decentralization matters so much, because the Filecoin protocol is not going to exclude anyone based on where they're from or what they look like or what they believe or what they do for a living, and that is extremely important.
I'll just give one more example that's very real time. So I am now the CEO of the Crypto Council for Innovation. I've been in the role for a month. And setting up payroll, pretty straightforward when we're dealing with dollar-denominated currency. Trying to set up payroll to get paid in crypto,
Try D&O insurance.
I mean, okay, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy, the amount of hoops you have to jump through to get a portion of your payroll set up in crypto. So we have yet to find a general provider that has on their roadmap over the next 6 months inclusion of crypto. When I spoke to the CEO of these companies, who's a friend, I was like, where's your roadmap to this? I know you want to do it. And he said, we got a phone call from one of our major banks. We bank a lot of startups, and startups tend to use one bank in Silicon Valley that I will not name at the moment. And that bank has said, if any payroll provider provides payroll in crypto and gets that opportunity, we will shut off all of our relationships with that provider. Which means that that service provider, who makes all of their money on providing payroll for a variety of different startups and other organizations, will not be able to engage with that bank, right, if they are providing crypto outside of that banking relationship. So it's a very, very real problem that applies to organizations all across our ecosystem, and that doesn't even get into the complexities around doing this in other parts of the world.
Yeah, no, I mean, just to complain about our crypto problems over here. No, but it's a problem with insurance for directors and office insurance. And then I have a side business, and I wanted to use QuickBooks' bookkeeping service to help me figure out how to use QuickBooks. And they said that they couldn't help me because I had a nexus to crypto. And I was like, this is like $300 I want to give you to show me how to use QuickBooks, and they wouldn't even do it. So but there's ripple effects beyond, and it's obviously problematic in the crypto world, but there are people who are far greater need that are shut off by higher powers, and but yeah, it goes back to what everything Juan was saying before, and how important it is that we get this right. Let's see. Jake, do you want to give a little bit of an update? I mean, I'm actually super excited this week because we had a pretty good week in Washington. We've got at least a little window of time where we don't have to worry about like a massive crackdown for maybe the first time ever. But do you want to talk a little bit about the executive order and some of the questions that have been laid out and some of the opportunities we have to engage with government?
Sure. So I guess to set the stage a little bit, until literally a week ago, there was not a national strategy, no top-down approach to crypto regulation in the United States. We had hoped for years that we were going to get something like that. Every time a new president was elected, we would hope, okay, maybe this president is going to have a national strategy. It didn't happen with President Trump. It hadn't happened yet with President Biden until last week. So finally, after however many years of crypto existing, we have a real approach from the president of how to address regulation in the space. So President Biden put out an executive order, rather long, fairly comprehensive, that calls for, I think, 28 different federal agencies to conduct studies on a huge variety of different topics related to crypto. The executive order was framed, I think, very positively. It recognized the promise of the technology while also doing a really reasonable job of flagging some of the risks and some of the issues we need to address. There are, I think, 6 main issues that the executive order goes after. I hope I remember them. There is consumer protection, systemic risk, illicit finance risk, competitiveness, innovation, and financial inclusion. So these are sort of the 6 categories. Hey, I remembered, all right, that the executive order wants to look at. The sort of 7th big issue that the executive order calls for studies on is a central bank digital currency. So this would be a digital dollar that would be created by the United States government, presumably by the Fed. And unlike US dollar stable coins, which are billions of dollars in volume now, which are created by the private sector and have some privacy guarantees, it seems that a central bank digital currency would be under the total and complete control of the government. So at all times, the government would know what you are spending, where you are spending on it. They could program the central bank digital currency, so they could put in restrictions that say you are only allowed to spend these dollars in these certain places, but not in those other places. They could freeze accounts or take money out of accounts at any time. I think to all of us sitting on this stage, this sounds like a totalitarian nightmare. It sounds like the kind of thing that China would do, and indeed is what China is doing. And our hope, I think, not to speak for everyone here, but hopefully this is accurate, our hope is that when the government does this study, and it is a good thing for the government to study this issue, but hopefully the conclusion they will reach is we will not compete against China, an authoritarian dictatorship, by also acting like an authoritarian dictatorship. Instead, we will empower our private sector to come up with competitive solutions. That's always how we win these geopolitical battles. So hopefully that's how this study will come out. But I guess to wrap up the EO, really positive. A lot of people were afraid there were going to be really harsh restrictions that were imposed by the president in the executive order. There was nothing like that. So I think we're really happy that there's going to be a real hearing for the future of crypto in the United States in DC.
Yeah, no, I think it's good to have study and observation and discussion and a period of education before we jump to conclusions about what we need. But I do want to stick on the topic of CBDCs for a second. Sheila, I know you've thought a lot about this. Any thoughts about a CBDC? Is it good? Is it bad? Can it be done in a way that protects privacy, or is this a bad path? And then Jillian and Marta, if you have any thoughts on that, you feel free to chime in as well.
Well, I'll start by saying everything is possible in theory. So yes, it is theoretically possible to build a CBDC that is not a surveillance tool. That is certainly possible. Is that likely is a very different question. And so I think it's worth noting that the chair of the Fed, Jay Powell, has come out repeatedly and said publicly, he doesn't necessarily see a use case here. And that's something that I do think is reflected in a number of the different branches of the Fed that have done their own independent investigations. I do think that the most likely use case for CBDC will wind up being a wholesale, what we call wholesale CBDC, which is used as a bank-to-bank tool, not retail CBDC, which means like you and I and everybody are able to kind of use a digital dollar to pay for things. But who knows, and the study will come out and kind of assess, what makes the most sense. But thus far, the investigations done by the Fed don't necessarily find tremendous value in a widespread rollout of a digital dollar, and we'll have to see what comes down. There are obviously design choices that come up in any case, and China is an extreme example of very intentional surveillance built into the system. What I think is not understood about the ECNY, it's called, the internal project in China is called ECNY, that is currently being used within Chinese borders. Again, how do you define Chinese borders? Depends who you are, so it's very important to note that. But it's now starting to be used externally outside of China. There's already been expansion into Myanmar, and I think it's a matter of time before we see the African Investment Corridor and BRI, the Belt Road Initiative, be completely taken over by the Chinese digital yuan. And there's a lot of concern about that for reasons I hope are fairly obvious from civil liberties perspective and surveillance perspective by the United States and other governments that are opposed to that. Do I think rolling out a digital dollar in response to China as a different tool that will have different kinds of surveillance is the right thing? But I also think that there's value in a panoply of digital currency options. So I've always thought that a CBDC, a stablecoin, and crypto all have a role to play. They have very different use cases. I personally see much more use case for crypto than I do for a CBDC. But we're going to have to kind of wait and see. And the hope is that the Fed will be quite influential in the report that comes out, and that there'll be that reason will prevail, as it tends to do, I think, ultimately, even though after hard-fought battles by many of us.
All right, well, we have a little over 5 minutes left. Jillian, why don't we go back to you? So where do we go from here? Are cryptocurrencies like the answer to our financial surveillance concerns? Is this the path forward, or what do we need to be thinking about as we look ahead and try to maintain a world where privacy is still a value?
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna tell a real personal story real quick. Something that Sheila had touched on, and that connects back to what I said. Thinking about just sort of the ways that the traditional financial sector is regulated. I was going to share this before, but a few years ago I was doing a fundraiser for Syrian refugees. This was around 2014, 2015, and PayPal cut off my account. And it was algorithmic. It wasn't actually a case of legal kind of overreach, but it was rather literally some terms in there got me kicked off. I had to fight to get back on. I eventually did. Long story short, I think that this is a really, really strong reason why we have to stop relying on these financial intermediaries. Why we need to look to the future of what else is out there. Is cryptocurrency always going to be the answer? I'm not sure. It's not actually my expertise. But at the same time, I do feel really strongly that this provides a new sense of privacy and freedom to users. And so, I guess my one thing that I would say to those who are working on this is to focus on usability and bringing this to a broader swath of people. Because right now, I live in Germany, and coming from the international perspective, a lot of it does feel kind of out of reach to a lot of ordinary folks. So that's where I would put my energy if I were working in this space.
Marta, any final parting thoughts for this group as we wrap up?
I would really go back to, I think, the very beginning, which is just to say, I really do think that, when I saw the EO and the question around CBDCs, fundamentally what we're talking about is a cashless society, which, as I said at the beginning, I think is a surveillance society. So I think it's really important, and now is the moment for us to be really thinking about the future of our civil liberties and how cryptocurrency is going to play a role in that.
Sheila?
I couldn't agree more. I think that we have to be ever watchful about what's happening. I agree that the EO is a tremendous step in the right direction. It's introduced nuance into the conversation where previously a lot of policymakers were taking black and white positions, pro or anti-crypto, and they really can't do that with this new directive that's come down from the administration. So I'm really hopeful about it, but it deserves a lot of our attention.
All right, Jake. You have a maximum of 4 minutes.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I probably won't use all of that. I guess the last thing I want to mention that we haven't touched on much here is we've focused on financial surveillance from the perspective of governments surveilling transactions. We've not talked about the other surveillance issue, which is surveillance capitalism. Governments are not the only potentially bad actors that could overreach in terms of surveillance. And we've lived this in the last decade or so, where we've realized these intermediaries that have the power to surveil us and collect data about us can do just as much damage as any other type of actor here. So you don't have to be an anarchist or a libertarian or anything like that to care about privacy. What matters here is not just stopping law enforcement from going after undesirables in a way that we find distasteful. It's about stopping the sort of new development of tools and technologies by big tech companies that they use to enrich themselves at the expense of the people that they call their customers or their users, but who are actually, in many cases, their victims. So that's why privacy matters so much more than just from the perspective of the government could be bad. So I think this is a really, really important issue.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone. We really appreciate all your time and for traveling here to Austin today. And Marta, thank you, too, for the Filecoin Foundation's commitment to educating on the decentralized web. And I think it's clear by the packed house here that this is an effort well undertaken. So thank you for your leadership. And thank you, Sheila, Jillian, and Jake. And appreciate everyone's time today.
That was awesome. Thank you so much, Marta, Sheila, Jake, Jillian, Kristen. I'd like to welcome our final lightning talk to the stage, Austin Karsten. Austin's the founder and president of Seed AI, and Austin is going to be talking to us about storing AI data sets on Filecoin. Welcome, Austin.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I'm glad to see all the excitement about storing data sets. Love to see it. My name's Austin Carson. I'm the founder and president of Seed AI, which is a nonprofit that I started back near the end of last year for the purpose of building AI resources around the country, especially for communities that are currently underserved. And that means building out compute, building access to data, building out training and educational materials, and creating networks between established research institutions and established companies and startups and others that are trying to build things up. So whenever I talk to Filecoin about one of the main challenges that people are starting to see with artificial intelligence, which is ensuring that we have both the data sets archived and stored so we can understand what created the artificial intelligence agent, and making sure that they're indexed together. So as they change over time, especially as we get into this environment of continuously retraining big models and specializing and tuning them, so that we can understand not just the trajectory, but be able to have a look back and be able to understand if something falls away, if something strange happens, to be able to do an audit of the system itself. I kind of have this visual. I assume that in this, it's fine, guys, you can talk. I don't even care. Okay, Rachel cares. Yeah, everybody should do what Rachel says, always. Thanks, guys. But I imagine this room is one where there are a lot of people that read XKCD comics, and there's an old great one with somebody having like these kind of stacked blocks, you know, and it's like, here's all modern digital infrastructure, and it points to one Jenga block, and it's like, this has been maintained thanklessly by a guy in Nebraska since 2003. And artificial intelligence is about to become the new software, right? And it's just like how software is today. There are going to be a lot of dependencies. There are going to be a lot of things that ultimately can interact in a harmful way. And so if you look at cybersecurity today, a lot of the things that we see are, you know, gaps in implementation, problems with systems that are interacting, sometimes component-based, sometimes proprietary, that open up attack surface. And so with artificial intelligence, not only do we have new types of attack surface, new types of adversarial programs, but you also have the level of abstraction in how these systems work, right? And so on one hand, you know you have a much higher level of efficiency for a given task, or you have a certain ability to generate language or generate images. But there rises an environment in which a bunch of weird stuff happens, right? Like if you've been following GPT-3, which is one of the most sophisticated kind of large language models, you know that depending on how you ask it things, depending on what you do, you're prompting pretty much this fuzzy probability model of all the text in the internet, really. I mean, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but like a lot of the text of the internet. 45 terabytes of text scraped from a bunch of different public sources, 22 separate public data sets. And you can pull anything out of that ultimately. Now, these are generally designed so that you can't prompt for specific person's information, right? It's not like they carry these records of that. But you do pull out weird amalgamations of people's things. There's all these like hallucinations that happen with these algorithms, which is especially important because they're general systems, right? Like we've been talking for a long time. I'm sure you read the news, people are like, nah, AI is not what you think. You know, it just kind of does one specific thing. We don't have general AI. One day that'll happen and we'll have Terminator. Well, the fact is we do now, which is really, really fucking crazy. Sorry, I don't know what the rules are. And nobody has really acknowledged that fact, which has been mind-boggling to me, right? Like we have systems that can be applied to, again, originally designed to process the next word in a sentence, the most probable next word in a sentence, that they suddenly realized could draft entire long-form things. And as of last year, it had already generated 6.5 billion words on the internet, right? Which is just like, there's two things here. The first is, as soon as that happened, people discovered there were a bunch of other emergent capabilities from this system, one of which was being able to code, another of which is being able to be adapted with images, to do image generation, same type of, it's called a transformer network, which is, you can pour a ton of data into it that's in a more unstructured way, and it like assembles into a large, sophisticated, massively abstract system, right? And so the second thing is that you can retrain it, right? You can specialize it for a certain purpose. And one of the past challenges with AI is we didn't have millions of labeled examples of something with a high certainty that what you had labeled was accurate and that the variables you had isolated for or the way that you had formed the inquiry was accurate. Then that would be a failure point, right? And now we're coming into a little bit of a different space where, again, it's a massive, massive system that will underlie everything, right? And something you can look forward to is there's going to be a natural language layer under pretty much every application, right? It's going to be increasingly important to be able to naturally communicate with all types of different systems. And I don't know if you saw recently, but Reid Hoffman and one of the co-founders of DeepMind, I think, just started a new organization called Inflection, I believe, which is designed to further increase the ability for people to communicate naturally with artificial intelligences. And so you're going to see that everywhere. Just like in your phone right now, in your Google Home, you're already talking to it to make it do stuff. It's going to get increasingly sophisticated over time and increasingly capable of doing more, again, you're going to limit the reach of it, but more multi-stage tasks, right? So looking at, where is that data stored right now? Where does that data come from that creates these artificial intelligence systems? Because again, they are largely a representation of the data that they are composed of or that trains them. Now there are wrinkles to this, but as a general matter, if there's more data, you're going to have a more robust system. Data, again, has to be sophisticated, it has to be properly vetted, you have to have a pretty good sense of where it's come from, et cetera. But as a general matter, that's the case. Now, a lot of people are working right now to decrease the necessary data, but one of the least data-intensive things you can do right now is retrain one of these super sophisticated general networks into a more specialized version, right? And so those data sets are the ones that aren't really being captured. I was at the Chamber of Commerce. U.S. Chamber of Commerce is doing kind of a standalone side AI commission to supplement the other ones that are traveling around the country, trying to do it more, I think, in a regionalized sense. And so I went and testified in front of them, and I made this point, actually, and gave Filecoin the little credit. I was like, working with Filecoin to figure this out. And I was actually pretty pleased to have what feels like a more less scientifically founded opinion of the importance of this echoed by the professor at the University of Texas who runs their Institute for Fundamental Machine Learning Research, one of the NSF AI institutes. And he raised it and said it even better than I did, which is, in my thought, it was more like you're going to have one level of training, retraining, and then there's going to be marketplaces of those retrained networks where, if you want to get one that's really good at, there are already services for copywriting or for writing narratives or something. But again, what we're getting to right now is multiple retrainings, and that's what he was saying. He was like, you may have not GPT-3 necessarily, but one of the other either publicly available large language models or something that you then retrain to specialize for a task. Well, then somebody else is going to take that pre-trained model that they got on a marketplace and then retrain it again to further refine that model. And as it becomes easier and easier to do that, like right now I know a lot of startups that are working on pretty much a drag and drop AI transfer learning, where you'll open it up, it'll have the general system, and you'll just drag your data center or your data set and drop it in there, and it'll generate out slightly more sophisticated for your use case. But again, whatever one works best for this task, people are going to start using as their own kind of, again, it's like you're on GitHub and there's the best open source thing for whatever, and everybody starts using it. Maybe there's forks off of it or whatever, but depending on the license. It's going to be the exact same thing for artificial intelligence, except for each of those things is going to be iterated upon, I mean, again, depending on licensing, but unlike the other software, it's not like you have copyright on the trained model, right? Like you have some ownership of it, but it's not like you have, people are unable to retrain it if you make the model itself available, right? And it's an interesting thing to think about. You're going to have cascading lost data sets kind of throughout the way. And the only way that you can audit and be certain of why algorithms are doing something is by auditing how those data sets work and then seeing how it affects different weights. That's where a lot of explainable AI is coming from right now, being able to trace something moving through the neural network and reweight and see what happens. And so again, Filecoin is doing some incredible stuff on this. There are a lot of different hosted public data sets. There is a lot of work being done on this for the purpose of different academic institutions. The US government has data.gov, and they're working proactively to expand the number of available data sets. A number of universities, private companies will put out data sets that they think are generally valuable. Again, these are all hosted on their own servers, they're hosted on AWS, and there's of course redundancy in those things. But one thing that we need to make sure of is that A, they are preserved, right? There are easy scenarios you could imagine where somebody makes that thing on GitHub that's everybody's favorite service, and then they have their data set, but maybe it gets stripped off for some reason, or any kind of number of things could happen. And the people that do the following forks are probably not going to preserve their own stuff because they're not the original creator of the thing, right? So making sure you have that archive and also making sure you have distributed access to that information is very important. And again, as we've seen over and over again, lack of redundancy or a lack of, freedom from the whims of certain types of industries and people that might want to sue to take things off the internet, as you probably heard about a little earlier. It's nice to have those things distributed and not have a single point of failure. So the Slingshot program has been huge. It's been amazing to see Filecoin load up these hard drives. Well, actually, this is on intaking data sets, right? And having these competitions for, who has data sets to put forward? How do you store them? How do you make them most usable? It's exciting because they're doing something that we had originally discussed, which is, I don't know. I'm not the guy that knows every currently developed model, but when you work with the expert network, when you work with the community, that's how you actually learn what is most valuable to store. So I appreciate that approach. It is a fundamental approach of CDI itself. I mean, again, it comes from I used to work on the Hill, and there's a certain deep hubris known to be associated with congressional staff and pretty much all like high-level 27-year-old government officials, And it's been nice to leave and work at NVIDIA and work with a bunch of way smarter people and get repeatedly humbled again and again and again until you get to the point where you're like, well, now I know a lot more than the average Hill staffer, but holy shit, that is not that much, apparently. And I kid. Like, I do know some of the smartest, like, hardest working, doing a bunch of research people, but most people are just trying to deal with whatever their district is doing, right? And so coming out of that perceived knowledge base and learning about where it is, it cannot overexpress the importance of the people that are in the crowd here today that are doing a lot of work to understand, like, what's happening in the industry, how can you contribute to it, how can you link together to do some kind of good work. And I think it's awesome that Slingshot's contributing to that. Another Filecoin Discover as well, which is what I briefly alluded to, preloading hard drives, sending them to people across the country, making sure you have multiple different iterations of these that can be accessed, super important. The one thing that I would like to see from here that we have been discussing, and I've talked to some other startup friends of mine who do similar work, is making something really easy where it's just a simple plugin. If you are in any place where you're uploading your pre-trained model, you just access, click this thing, takes your data set, stores it in, again, Filecoin or wherever else makes sense. They handle this indexing, and so over time, you develop this naturally indexed system that can be queried. So, I mean, there is a lot of work to be done on every aspect of pretty much artificial intelligence and Web3 and quantum computing and. But I'm happy to have found good partners around the country doing a lot of different things, but especially in Filecoin. And it's like, it's the willingness to figure out something good to do, right? It's not incredibly obvious how you should leverage Web3 for the purpose of furthering like public good with artificial intelligence, right? But it's making that effort and figuring it out that lets us start the train, and then, as time goes on, it'd be incredible if there was this maintained for incredibly low price, especially because these data sets are not going to be regularly accessed if they're for the pre-trained model, the pre-trained model, the pre-trained, or the retrained model, the pre-trained model, yada, yada, yada. And so that makes those types of storage very efficient. And I think that it is nice to be able to do that and then have the support of a community that also has a passion, almost like ideological interest in preserving that information. So that's the long and short of it. I'll leave one last point that I like to make to everybody all the time, which is that everything is getting fucking insane right now with artificial intelligence. Like, I cannot overexpress to you the acceleration of research and technological development. Like, we went from, GPT-2, which came out a couple of years ago. People were like, oh, maybe it's disinformation, but the writing was like really unsophisticated and really easy to tell if it was or not. To GPT-3, which is a very functional system, to then like every other company put out some equitable system to GPT-3 over the next 6 months instead of 2 years, right? They realized it could code and make no-code systems. Everybody put out a no-code system over a 3-month period of time, right? Then we get into this space of what's the next thing? Okay, multimodal, like one model to rule them all. Google just put out this multimodal model where you can just have the one system that does audio and video and text, which means that if that's happening every 3 months, which was happening every 6 months and 8 months and a year, it's getting really wild. And it's getting that way in a sense that people thought was literally impossible 2 to 3 years ago. And again, it's something that's deeply lost. It was thought to be 50 years out. I mean, again, some of that projection was based on the idea of conscious AI, which is like, I'm not gonna get into that. But unless you guys want me to, I'm happy to. But it's a general AI system, getting increasingly general, right? That means the world has changed. The world has now changed forever, and we are in this like simple matter of time until there's an auto-productive system, right? And I think people may have an issue with that, but I'd be surprised if you talk to them for like 2 minutes. It's just literally making access to a couple different things. And you guys may remember it, a Google show a couple years ago, they demoed Duo, which is pretty much you would ask Google, like, hey, make a reservation at this restaurant, would call them, make the reservation for you, do a random other thing or two, and send it back. Now, having access to outside capabilities is certainly something that makes people concerned about a system. The ability to let it like drive a car somewhere and pick something up for you and bring it back and then like call somebody. There's more steps there are, the more it gets a little dicey, but it's coming, it's happening, right? And we have to be prepared for it. And being prepared for it means that all of those components that are going to be involved in all of those systems, just like technology and software today is open source or is component-based or whatever, that's going to continue. AI is going to be all software that doesn't have to be deterministic, that doesn't have to have like a chain because we have to be able to know exactly how it works, right? So keep your eyes on it. It's nuts. So if you are really interested in artificial intelligence, I have one recommendation. I say it at every panel, and I'm sorry, I'm like his biggest fanboy. But one of my board members, Jack Clark, who used to work at OpenAI and now is one of the co-founders of an organization called Anthropic, which is also, they're working on the same kind of large language model stuff as OpenAI, which is who made GPT-3. But they're also working really hard on an AI assurance ecosystem. It's like, how do we make the tools with these large abstract machines that, again, are somewhat alien to us to understand what the harm vector is, right? To understand what are the negative outcomes. He has a great newsletter. If you go to jack-clark.net, he's not paying me for this. Because if he was, I would have been like, dog, get .com, .net. What is it, like 1997? Fuck. I hope he's not watching. Anyways, so he has a newsletter called Import AI, and it is easily the best resource. Somebody that spends their entire time trying to read about AI, like kind of broad external development, and try to read and learn about like kind of cutting edge AI research, I would not have been able to talk about any of this stuff if I didn't read this pretty religiously. So it comes out every Monday, read it, it's wild, it'll make you crazy like I am, and like, but that's where we are, and it's good to know about. And there is eventually gonna be more relevance to Web3. Like right now, we do have problems with distributed computing and with the idea of like using, it's not efficient at the moment to use most kind of distributed, decentralized technology for training an artificial intelligence or even bringing information in for federated learning. I think those are going to be huge opportunities. I think they're going to be opportunities with artificial intelligence on the blockchain itself, and understanding information, understanding smart contracts, and forming new types of technology. And this goes to that automatic productivity. So anyways, look, I'm going on. I could do this for like 30 more minutes, even though I told Rachel, I'm like, I don't know, it's a 15 minutes of free associating. How could I do it? So I don't know if we have time for one question, but I'll take one question if we do. Shoot.
So you're talking about the shift over the coming years to AI and using multi-step operations and bringing in data from different sources and things like that. I'm curious, like, how much thought has been given between people that are kind of working at the edges of this in terms of like who ultimately takes responsibility for some action taking place, right? There's so many sources of data, there could be kind of things strung together, and there's an AI that kills someone.
Right. Creator of the system, ultimate creator of the system. Because it's on them to ensure that as they bring in all the different information that they validate it. It's like I used to work at a video, right? And before they would release a trained like autonomous vehicle model, which is one of the things, again, I'm sure you all know NVIDIA. You may not know that they've just developed an entire stack for autonomous vehicles that you can just build on top of slightly in any it's kind of wild. But anyways, before they would do that, they would simulate billions of driven miles, right? And those simulators themselves are getting more and more effective, and when they collect the data sets, they have better and better kind of best practices, whatever. But it remains on whoever provides the service in the end as a general matter. Now, I mean, litigation, you can sue all the way down the chain of commerce, and maybe somebody will decide that whoever provided some data is in the chain of commerce, but I can't imagine that being the case, especially because most of these data sets are public, are either publicly available or they're data that was collected from driving around or from some other kind of manual sense. And so if that's the case, then it's going to play into the ultimate technology person, right? But those questions are like going to be solved through litigation, right? I mean, going to be solved through litigation inevitably, and then assuming something weird happens, then Congress will like be forced to take it up, and it'll take them 3 to 4 years to do something about it at an absolute optimistic rate. And by then, the fundamental state of technology will have yet again changed. So, I mean, that's another thing to be really mindful of right now. It's going to be hard to keep up with this stuff. Yep. No, we can talk downstairs if you guys are interested, which thank you for being interested. I feel like I started out like archiving, but listen, I really appreciated y'all paying attention. It's been fun to be here, and I'm happy to talk downstairs.
Thank you so much, Austin. That was great. I look forward to talking to you downstairs about consciousness and AI. Next up, we have, as our time is coming to a close, we have one last exciting panel that combines modern art, history, and science fiction all in one. A really favorite speaker of mine. Welcome to our stage. And they're coming on in 15 minutes. Oh, great. We have a 15-minute break, and then you're going to have Christopher Thomas on documenting and authenticating history and Web3, I think along with Jonathan Doughton. Is that right? Excellent, excellent humans that you should absolutely listen to.
Back with Filecoin Live here downstairs. Thanks everybody for hanging out here. Hope everyone's having a good time. And I'm here with Meg and Jonathan from Holland Investments. They came all the way from the great nation of Australia. So thanks for the round of applause, well deserved. And I'd like to turn it over to Jonathan here, and I'd like to tell you a bit, or I'd like for you to tell us a bit about just Holland's kind of history with Filecoin. You guys have been involved from kind of the beginning, really, and I'd like to kind of help give some context to other listeners here, just about what your involvement in Filecoin is and how it all began.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Aaron. It's great to be here. So Holon has 3 parts to the business. We're a financially regulated business, so we have the asset management side. So in Oceania, we were the first people to launch a Filecoin wholesale fund for investors. Pretty big deal for the ecosystem. We actually take that file and stake it into our operations, our infrastructure. The second part of the business, we have a VC arm, and we invest in amazing next-gen businesses like Avanti Bank, run by Caitlin Long, and we've also invested in CME Futures, Bitcoin, and an Ethereum exchange as well. So that VC arm, we just love to invest in anything that's digital asset, Web3, that's going to change the world. And then the third part of the business that myself and Meg work in is the innovation side. And we're really, we play with anything in Web3. It's our playground, we would say. So the first infrastructure that we've launched is Filecoin storage provider infrastructure. So we've got 27 petabytes at AirTrunk Data Center in Sydney. It's actually the largest DC in the country. Last week we bought our own solar farm as well, so we can make that technology run completely on green energy. And yeah, at the moment we're just scaling our infrastructure, and we're doing quite a few things across the whole ecosystem, which Meg's going to talk about. But we also are building other infrastructure for Ethereum and Bitcoin as well. So yeah, really, it's an amazing project and great business to work for.
Amazing. So thank you for that. And I would love for you to kind of just help frame, what is sort of the addressable market that you see here that makes it a worthwhile use of your time to really dive into the Filecoin ecosystem. Obviously, storage is something that everybody needs, and they're probably going to need more of in the future. But I'd love for you to just kind of talk about kind of your investment thesis essentially behind why is this a market that's worth really investing your time and resources into at this point in time?
Great question. So ultimately, we believe everything is going to be tokenized. We're in a moment now where we're in the tokenization of everything. We're going to see NFTs for media, for music artists. We're going to see physical experiences tokenized. We're going to see real estate tokenized. And really that has two parts. First, you have an NFT, which is on a blockchain, which is your verifiable thing, which you own and control. But ultimately, you have data connected to that NFT, which shows the past history of what it is, how much yield it creates, swapping it, buying it, all those kind of things. That data needs to sit somewhere on verifiable data storage. So the opportunity, lots of investors say to me, how big is this verifiable data storage opportunity? And I just go, this is an exponential opportunity. It's very hard to size an exponential opportunity when everything physically is an NFT. So you just look at YouTube, 800 million videos, each one of those turns into an NFT, real-time payments for the use of those videos. So yeah, it's going to be a really big market as this grows. I don't think it's like a Web 2 versus Web 3 thing. I just think data storage grows exponentially over the next 50 years. Because we're an asset manager, we're a regulated entity, we think about things in long terms, 10 to 20 years. We don't really care about the volatility short term. But yeah, the market is going to be absolutely massive. And I think the use cases are coming through now, especially in the music industry with music NFTs for artists. And also real estate is actually starting to be fractionalized in Australia. We've got a few startups that have fractionalized real estate across the country. So yeah, going to be massive.
So Meg, tell us a bit about what your role at Holon is, and what are you focused on a day-to-day basis, and why is this an exciting space for you to be working in?
Commercializing it. So there's been massive focus on building the infrastructure, which we needed to do, right? And we're at a stage now where we can onboard clients, the use cases, the early adopters, the ones that want to startups that want to start as they mean to continue in the Web3 world. Music startups are a really good one, NFTs especially. But now we have something that we can offer. And as Jonathan said, it's not a Web 2 versus Web 3 world. There will still be centralized storage that has the right value proposition for different parts of the business. It's more of a hybrid offering that can do lots of great things for different people depending on their needs or businesses. But we are also working hard on working through what a DAO might look like. And we heard Juan talk about data DAOs upstairs. And as storage providers, how can we really commercialize this distributed, decentralized network amongst enterprise-grade businesses? So a few of them here. We've got Hide over here from Decent, we've got DLTX and Picnic. So we're starting to build through something that might be very commercial, and it should take Filecoin into its next league in commercialization this year.
Excellent, excellent. And then maybe tell us a bit more about, just as your journey in the Filecoin ecosystem has evolved, obviously since 2017, and the whole crypto industry in itself has evolved massively since then. To the point where at least nowadays it's not like embarrassing to say that you work in crypto, right? But like maybe kind of tell us like what are some of the what progress have you seen made in terms of just receptivity among some of these larger incumbent companies or enterprises that have lots of data? And then maybe what are some of the kind of the hesitancies or the hurdles that you're still encountering, in conversations with these folks? What's kind of is there still a main stumbling block that we have to get over here?
We'll do this in two parts. Okay, I'll hand it over to Meg in a sec. So, look, as I said, we're a regulated entity, and at the moment we've put capital into the ecosystem, around about 20 mil. So as we scale this business, we now need to take it to pension funds, right? So we need to institutionalize this whole conversation. Because if we really want to get to this projected mark of a yottabyte that Juan's put out there, that's a lot of money, right? So at the moment we're writing an ESG report so we can then go to pension funds and ask for 250 million, right? That kind of number is really a rounding error for pension funds. That's how we take this conversation to the big end of town, and we can scale it substantially. Then ultimately we need to commercialize the conversation, and that part I'm going to hand over to Meg.
I'll go back just 1 second because you asked about the journey. Heath Benke, our founder, he heard Juan Benet speak in 2016, and he just watched him for years. And then he was a SAFT investor, and he kept saying to us, there's something in this, guys. I want you to watch it. So we ran experiments. We got an R&D grant in Australia. Jonathan and his engineering team invested in cutting edge, lots of learning around how to, calibrate these blades to be the highest performing blades that we could possibly do. And now we're in a place where our theme is commercialization, Aaron. Like, we just want to now make it happen, and it's ready to make it happen. And with all the great things coming up in the roadmap with virtual machine, retrieval market, 2022 is the year.
Excellent. Well, we're wrapping up here, so thank you, Jonathan and Meg, for coming all the way here to hang out with us today, and we're going to turn it back upstairs here.
Oh, Megan, yeah. No, that's perfect. You should go ahead and introduce it, and then I'll just.
So let's just give people a couple minutes to shift.
Wait, Brad, you want to just tell me what to do?
Hey guys, good afternoon. This is Joshua Castellano with ATX Event Systems. Can I have you guys turn your cameras on as well as microphones, please? Thank you, thank you. Thank you. 1 second. Okay, make this full screen. It's not full screen now.
No, I don't think so. I was sort of waiting for like Brad or Rachel or someone to say that we're live.
We're raising both up a little bit.
He's talking. I don't hear him.
How you doing? I'm good. I'm just really tired. But we will do that. Cool.
Okay, everybody. I think we're coming back for our final panel. These are some of, not to play favorites, but my favorite people in our ecosystem. It's true. So we've got Christopher Thomas, Jonathan Doughton, Marta Belcher, and we're going to be talking about a beautiful combination of modern art, history, science fiction, and the way that we are using all of that in documenting and authenticating history in Web3.
Thanks, Megan. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us for our final panel today. So Web3 tools can really capture, authenticate, and store our most sensitive digital records, including testimony and documentation about human rights violations and war crimes. Today, I'm joined by 3 individuals who are on the front lines of these efforts to preserve these vital records and tell some difficult stories, all in the name of advocating for human rights. So Jonathan Doughton leads the Starling Lab, which is a project of Stanford and USC that uses Web3 tools to preserve many different important documents, but including 55,000 video testimonies of genocide survivors. And then next, I'd like to introduce on our screen Christopher Coolington-Thomas. In his new film installation, he is responding to the censorship of the Tamil diaspora following the violent end of the Sri Lankan Civil War and really imagining a world beyond nation states, empowered by a new internet that is owned and built by its users. So always really excited to see you, Christopher. Thanks for being here. And we're also joined by Nitharsan Nanthakumar, who's a journalist and a community organizer who, since the end of the Sri Lankan Civil War in 2009, has been working with communities around the world to help coordinate there. So I want to start by diving in with Jonathan. Starting with Web 2, there was a certain, I think, naivete at one point in time about how the internet was going to solve human rights and international issues, and sort of a belief in the early days of the web that information was going to be widely available and that that would in turn increase transparency and accountability. And I think there's some question as to whether that has ended up actually happening. So now that we have an opportunity to reflect on what we learned in Web 2.0 and improve on that with Web 3.0 and decentralized technologies, I'd love to hear from you, what are the lessons that we should take from Web 2 and carry over to Web 3?
Well, that's an easy question. Well, it's great to be here and really excited to have this conversation. At South by Southwest is such an amazing event and it's really dynamic. And if you think about it, this was also one of the places we really reached like peak Web 2.0, right? Like Twitter was released here at South by Southwest to great acclaim. And there was this belief like with those types of technologies that the availability of information would somehow liberate people. And there's a lot of wisdom in that, obviously. However, that's not the full story. And if you think about it, 11 years ago, the political movement and moment that really defined Web 2.0 was the Arab Spring. And if you take the enthusiasm and the optimism of Tahrir Square, which the revolution that unfolded there was often called the Facebook revolution, think about how naive we were about what was going to happen just because we all had Facebook to organize. We literally thought that Facebook alone would take down dictators. And that didn't happen. And if you go from the optimism of Tahrir all the way to the killing fields of Aleppo and the crisis in Syria that is still ongoing today, I think you have a microcosm of all of the hope, which is important, but then all of the problems. And 11 years later, we now know better. And here's the things that we know that we have to do better on. One is that transparency is important, but it also can prove to be a problem when too much information is devolved. When you centralize the storage of information, you create a tremendous amount of vulnerability, and also you create censorship opportunities. So the point is that we have to now use a lot of the lessons that we've learned from Web 2.0 and apply them to the even harder architecture of Web 3. And we can't enter into this with just euphoria. We have to be really smart and make hard decisions. And so my takeaway, and we'll get into some of the specifics of what we're doing, is that we have to be very honest, and we have to talk about the pros and the cons. And I think that's what's fun about these discussions today, is that we need the idealism and the hope, but we also need reality as well.
And so I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about the Starling Lab, which you launched about a year ago, and is really, I think, one of the most important projects in this space already. So could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So the Starling Lab is based at Stanford and at USC. And our goal is to use Web3 technologies to help advance the domains of history, law, and journalism. And these new technologies hold tremendous promise, but then there's also risks involved. And so what we want to do is work with practitioners to understand how we can deploy safely these technologies in the field and learn a bunch. So I'll give you an example. Something that we're very proud to announce today is that we've appointed 8 fellows to our journalism program. And these are some incredible journalists that are now using Web3 technologies to deepen their reporting. So for example, they're using authenticated photography to prove that photos and images have not been manipulated. They are working on a variety of cryptographic tools to do fact-checking and audio preservation and long-term archiving. We're going back to the 2020 BLM protests, and we're taking testimonies from photographers with lived experience who documented those protests and really changed the face of journalism. And we're preserving those records and thinking about how to protect that really critical piece of history. So that's just one example of journalism as a domain that is, no question, it's going to be transformed by Web3, right? Just the same way that journalism was transformed by Web 2. And what we want to do now is work with journalists to help change the technology roadmap. We want journalists to have a foothold at the very beginning so that they can influence what types of changes are made at the protocol levels and all the way up to the apps as well.
Well, I'm so excited that you're announcing that today. That's phenomenal. I think two questions here. I think one is I'd love for you to elaborate on the type of information and records that are part of this collection. And then given the sensitivity of the records that you're handling, obviously these require a high level of trust and verification. So how are you using Web3 tools to create and preserve that digital trust?
Well, the very first thing that we are doing is we are establishing a root of trust as close to the source as possible. So that means that with your mobile phone, when you take a photograph, as an example, we are sealing the photograph and also metadata, like the time and the place. And if the photographer chooses, this is very important, to capture all of that information and then seal it, they can then distribute it elsewhere and prove that they have not manipulated anything that happens with that photo from that point forward. So it's a really powerful idea, is preserving information at source. Then as you get to storage, we're working on ways of maintaining privacy and content moderation with cryptographic storage so that we know that information can persist, but that it's held very closely with community and that there's incentives to keep that information around. The parable I think about is the Library of Alexandria. The myth is that it was destroyed by a fire, and that's simply not true. There was some fires that weren't helpful, but the reason that it disappeared was because of neglect. They ran out of money. People stopped actually preserving those records, and then they turned to dust, and we lost a really critical part of humanity's knowledge. So when we think about archiving, we have to think for the long term and to create the right protocols and incentives for that. And then finally, verification is really important. Cryptography can help preserve not only the evidence itself or the object itself, but also as people come to interpret, provide context, evaluate information, those attestations, they can also be added to those records. And so that's how we think about it. We capture, we store, and we verify. And it doesn't matter what we do, whether you're a journalist or a lawyer or you're a historian, you actually go through the same set of steps. And that's how we came through this framework and started to deploy it all over the world.
Thanks, Jonathan. So we're at this very particular moment in time with Russia having invaded Ukraine and just the absolute horrors there. I've been, as a Ukrainian American, completely horrified by what's been going on the ground there. Can you talk a little bit about your work in this space?
I'm really, it's the first I'm hearing of this, so that's really, that cuts deep. I think we are living in an unprecedented moment of history here, and the effects of this conflict are going to be multi-generational. And sadly, at the lab, we were essentially prepared to do some of this work. We began our work on legal accountability and trying to preserve documents and observations that could be admissible into court, specifically those documentations of war crimes in Syria. And we did this in partnership with an incredible social enterprise called Hala Systems. And with Hala, we were able to advise them on how to actually take documentation in the field and to preserve it in such a way that it could be used to actually prosecute people for war crimes in domestic courts in Europe, as well as potentially in international mechanisms. And why cryptography is so important is it can do two things. One, it can authenticate the evidence so that we know that as people are collecting records and they're trying to create ways of establishing a chain of custody, that it hasn't been manipulated from the field all the way to the courtroom, cryptography can help there. The other thing, and this is really important, cryptography can help give control and privacy to the investigators and also the documenters of this evidence. And I think we learned this the hard way. If you think about the Syrian conflict, so much of the information there was actually uploaded onto YouTube. There's this incredible statistic, Marta, that actually Google estimates that the number of hours of footage from Syria that is uploaded to YouTube, there's more hours of footage there than there are hours of the war itself. So there's this abundance of information. And yet, YouTube was the one that was making the decision as to whether or not those videos should remain on YouTube or if they should be destroyed. And their intentions, if we take them, let's say, as genuine, they were like, look, this is really disturbing content, we can't have it be up. But then inadvertently, they were actually destroying critical pieces of evidence that could be used for accountability. So we've learned a lot of things since that conflict. And now in Ukraine, the brave people at Hala Systems have set up with our team, and I basically took our entire tech team and I took them off all of our work. And for the last 14 days, they have stood up the most incredible system to actually do end-to-end authentication of records in Ukraine. These will be on-the-ground observations that are going to be taken by civilians. Social media observations are going to be taken in as well from Telegram and from WhatsApp, and hopefully more and more people there use Signal, which is probably the only secure platform. And we're creating ways of establishing consent, locking in records, and then storing them for long-term preservation. And here's the incredible thing. I mean, we're using all these different Web3 tools that we didn't actually have before. So we're registering things on chain, we're minting NFTs, we're using proofs of space time with things like Filecoin and IPFS. All of those protocols are coming together. And our effort is not a short-term effort. If justice comes, and I really hope it does come in Ukraine, it is going to take years and years. So that means this is a marathon. And we need to think about how Web3 is actually going to be resilient and how we're going to raise both money and the resources to make sure that this documentation can withstand the test of time. And that's why this authenticity is so important. The people that are taking these documents in the field, they won't be able to necessarily be there in court. We won't be able to cross-examine them. They may not be alive. So we need to use new technologies to help preserve this evidence that we have the best chance of holding the war criminals that are already there. We want to stop them and potentially deter them as fast as we can.
Jonathan, thank you so much for your work. Really, truly astonishing and incredible. I want to shift to talking, Christopher, about your work and the art you're making in this space. So your latest film is a subject that has really deep personal ties for you. And while it is fictional, it's based on extensive historical research. So could you tell us about your film and the research that went into it?
Yeah, hey, and it's really great to be here, at least remotely. Thank you for keeping those two empty chairs for Nivison and I. Both Nivison and I are part of the diaspora of the place that kind of no longer exists, in that the ancient Tamil homeland of Elam was wiped out in 2009 with the brutal end of the Sri Lankan Civil War. And in the decades preceding that, Elam, which is in the north and east of what is today Sri Lanka, had been self-governed as a de facto autonomous state, with its own healthcare, education, justice systems, and so on. And it was a pretty interesting, albeit ultimately failed, experiment in building a kind of pluralist society based on collective ownership. Now, that liberation movement was also probably the first of its kind back in the early days of the World Wide Web to see the potential of the internet to circumvent censorship and bypass the Sri Lankan government's control of media on the island. But when that revolution was wiped out, so was its quite remarkable but short-lived history, because of course the winners of that conflict got to write that history. And that's really the subject of the film installation I'm working on now, with the support of the Filecoin Foundation, and together with my collaborator Annika Kuhlman and our extended family of long-term collaborators. And it's based on some of the ongoing research that Nivison and his collaborators have been doing for a while now, and I know you'll hear about that from him shortly.
So, I think everyone is sort of familiar with this concept of the winners writing the history books. And so really for you, your project is about the losing side and telling that story. And so why do you think it's so important to capture and preserve and share those stories?
Yeah, I mean, I can talk about that personally. For me, growing up as an Elam Tamil in the West was about synthesizing these kind of alternate realities, because you grow up sort of knowing about this liberation movement back home, back when such liberation movements around the world were applauded in the West for resisting oppressive regimes, and then with the so-called war on terror, those same liberation movements were relabeled as terrorists and condemned for undermining the integrity of the nation states from which they sought independence, right? And so then you're suddenly like called a terrorist, and you have to synthesize these very different views of the same history. And I think you end up with a kind of like healthy skepticism of, or at least an awareness of how stories are told. And I feel like it's much harder for people whose only frame of reference is from within the West to understand their worldview as only one possible version of reality, right? And that, I think, can be dangerous, because when you think that one view of the world is the only legitimate history, that can very easily lead to conviction for imposing that view on others. And I think that's the basis of imperialism. And I think what's so kind of like valuable, so precious about these kind of lost histories that didn't get to play out, like that of the de facto state of Tamil Elam, is that they're like sci-fi. They're ways of glimpsing alternate realities, like other possible worlds. And I think that's, for me, that's kind of part of the importance of preserving these like histories that haven't been properly reported.
Yeah, and so, you know, one of the things that's so striking, I think, about your art is how you think about technology, and specifically how you think about decentralized technologies and a decentralized future. So could you talk a little bit about how you think about technology as it relates to your art?
Yeah, I mean, the work I do is always collaborative, and a lot of it is made through various automated processes, from GANs to natural language processing to deepfakes. And I particularly want to mention another long-term collaborator, Jan Peter Giesking, with whom I've been kind of thinking through the idea that perhaps we had never even been human. In that when we use that word human, we usually mean, I think, more than the kind of biological definition of our species, right? We're usually referring to a particular idea of what it means to be human, a particular idea from the West that was concretized into the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And that's kind of formed the basis of a sort of globalizing juridical framework through which geopolitical conflicts around the world are negotiated as moral issues. And so that particular kind of definition of what it means to be human has become, I think, the kind of ideological front line of an empire. And it's maintained this sort of post-World War II liberal democratic world order. But that world order might now be unraveling in multiple directions. And I'm particularly interested in what happens to these kind of values through a potential shift from the universalizing social media platforms of Web 2 with, I would say, their kind of individualistic advertising-based business models to the perhaps more pluralist ecosystems of Web 3 with their more perhaps fragmented models of collective ownership. Now, the film that I mentioned, the one that my collaborators and I are working on now, the film sees the potential of the internet through the prism of the Tamil Revolution in the mid-90s. And when the island got its first internet service provider in 1995, the Sri Lankan government didn't know how to control the internet. So in the early years of the World Wide Web, the Tamil liberation movement used the internet to coordinate a globally distributed economic system amongst the Tamil diaspora. And they had their own identity protocol and tax system, and it was like the beginnings of a network state. Now the plan was to progressively decentralize what had begun as a kind of command and control military revolution into ultimately a sort of decentralized cooperative economy that would be sort of based on computational coordination and collective ownership. Now, I have to say, these political ambitions were totally eclipsed by the realities of what ended up being a very bitter military struggle, and they were never conquered. But, at least early on, the revolution imagined a different internet to the one that was being built in Silicon Valley at the time. And so, the film we're working on is really a kind of sci-fi about Web3, but told through the prism of how this particular liberation movement saw the potential of Web 1.
Thanks for that, Christopher. And this is a particularly, I think, special panel because, Christopher, you and Nitharsan have recently teamed up with Jonathan and the team at Starling Lab to preserve some of that research behind this film and the other archives that are related. So Nitharsan, could you talk a little bit about the work that you're doing and the challenges that you've faced in archiving that research through centralized platforms?
Yeah, I mean, when the war in Sri Lanka or in Ulam ended in 2009, I was like 16 years old. And at that time, my generation was politicized because of this massacre. And when we wanted to get political, we had like a very chaotic situation here in the diaspora because when the movement was crushed, all the affiliated organizations in the diaspora were in a chaos and they had like internal fightings. And so there was not a front or an organization where we could join at that time. So the only thing which we could do at the time was like to start to collect evidence of the genocide of 2009, and also like starting to collect information and narratives from the Tamil side. And we did that through searching people who have survived the genocide and had the material, who were spread around the world. We had to visit them and convince them that we are trustworthy, and then got the material. And that process is still going on because we are really spread around the world, and we just have like reached the people here in Europe. And then when we wanted to release these materials, we faced like censorship, especially like on social media platforms like Facebook or Instagram, where they banned our accounts. And even there were like other incidents where Instagram was banning like hashtags of Ulam or hashtag of Tamil Ulam. And these are things which were like a huge problem for us for two reasons. First, I mean, it was like a huge obstacle for us to move this work forward, and also like because the Tamil community is spread around the world and the globe, we need the social medias to interact with each other. So when they were doing the censorship and blocking our accounts, we lost sometimes the connections with other people. And when these things started to happen, we had to adapt to the situation, and we started to release this information on other platforms like through books, or we were doing like events or online events where we were presenting these materials and were distributing it to the people directly.
So, you know, how do you think about Web3, and how could your work with the Starling Lab change the way that you're thinking about preserving this information?
Yeah, I think when we as an organization faced that challenge with the online censorship, we were like a bit we haven't like stopped to move forward, but it was like a force or a blockade which was like hindering our work, because we always had to think about how we are going to share it, or how we are going to do it, and how we are going to put up resistance against these big tech companies and the states which are working with them, and how we are going to preserve all this material. And when I see and hear about Web3, it just gives like a way to deal with the situation and not being completely helpless, and you know, and to prove that it was really a genocide that happened in our moment.
So Jonathan, on the Starling Lab side of things, could you give us a picture of what this looks like?
Sure. So one of the very first things that we're doing together in this collaboration is we're helping the team encrypt their files. And I'm going to embarrass Marta a little bit. So she's been on the forefront of actually fighting for the right for people to actually do that, to have really advanced tools to actually encrypt their files. And if you can't do that at the very beginning, then you really don't have any control over your information. And as you've heard, that type of control, if it's kept in the community, that is really where you get the most amount of wisdom, because those are the affected parties. They have the lived experience to make the choices about curation. It's not some nameless, faceless kid that's sitting in, you know, the bowels of like a building at YouTube. They're completely inept in making that choice, right? So that's one of the powers of decentralization, is that you can give agency through the network, but at its core you have this ability to encrypt, which is a fundamental right that you then have that can persist. I think the example here is very powerful, and I want to just place it into context as we close, like with Ukraine as well. When governments enter in and seize territory, one of the very first things that they do is they destroy records. They destroy practical records around land registries and birth certificates and all that. It's a process of subjugating the populace, and it's a process of delegitimizing those those communities. And it's really important that obviously we take care of individuals now, and the safety of refugees and people is obviously paramount, but those records are also something that we really need to be thinking about at the same time, because they can have a long-term impact in terms of people's rights and what type of property that they can potentially maintain. But then also, as Chris has shown in his work, it's also how you maintain your culture. And the project of delegitimizing Ukraine has been a century-long process that is almost, the similarities are eerie to the early Soviet days, and how they basically tried to erase Ukrainian history. And so we're thinking about those items as well, and it is, it's a very vulnerable moment, because in one fell swoop, you're not just displacing a people, but you're also displacing their records. And so that's part of why this is so important. We now have tools that give us a chance to do this type of preservation for accountability, as well as for history.
Yeah, that work is so important, Jonathan, and I am so grateful that you're doing it. I want to get closing thoughts from all of you. I'll start with Nitharson, then go to Christopher, and then close with Jonathan. Nitharson, what are your closing thoughts here?
Yeah, I think we have like a lot of challenges, especially from speaking from the Tamil community perspective. We have like a lot of challenges when it comes to like proof that it was a genocide and it's still a genocide that's going on. Using the new technology for it will be like very crucial and essential that we will have success in it. And yeah. And I think like there are also a lot of communities and other people who are in a similar situation who will need definitely a solution like us for this problem.
Thank you. Christopher, I would love to get your closing thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really fulfilling to be working with the Filecoin Foundation over the last year, and interesting for me to be working on this kind of like boundary between like fiction and documented history, and I've been really excited in the way that this new emergent collaboration with Jonathan and the Starling Lab has come about, and I'm very grateful to you all at Filecoin for making that happen. And for me, I think it's interesting to be able to play out like different alternate like realities and fictions, and at the same time be involved in helping to like document the historical record that it's based on.
Thank you, Christopher, and it's been just phenomenal to get to work with you as well. Jonathan, I would love your closing thoughts.
So thanks again for having me here, and I'm very happy to reach out to folks and have a discussion. The point of decentralization is meant to empower, right? And I think for those of us who are in the space, and there's probably many people here who are doing really awesome projects, I'll speak for maybe some of you in saying that I don't think it's been that easy over the last couple of weeks to talk about things like Web3. I can't tell you how many of my progressive friends, and I count myself as progressive in many ways, have just simply tried to kind of cancel the term, and there's, I think, a lot of cynicism that has come up. And the criticism is totally valid in many cases, right? There is fraud, there's a lot of insincerity, there's a lot of challenges around this space, and making sure that we're not going to be betrayed and duped kind of once again, as technology, turns from being this challenger to then, being essentially an oppressor. But I think that this time we have a chance of walking into this conversation with a lot more balance, and I want to make sure that we maintain the optimism as well, and that the criticisms we should take on, and we should listen very closely because the grievances are reflecting something that's real. However, I just want to make sure that we also keep very hopeful, because this is our chance to make a big difference with the infrastructure of our time. The internet is so crucial to preserve, and we have to fight for that, and we have to establish values that we can all come around. It's not just destroying and being cynical in a way. That's being clear-minded is a value. Being inspired is a value, and we need everyone to step up and do their part.
Jonathan, Christopher, and Netherson, I want to say thank you so much for being on this panel, but more importantly, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you to Netherson and Christopher for joining us remotely. Thank you to everyone for coming today. What an amazing day of programming. We will be back next year. You all, if you'll come, we'll come. This was really a delight. It was great to meet new faces, great to meet people across the Filecoin ecosystem and beyond. We're going to flip this room around. We're going to bring up a bunch of storage providers who are joining us from all over the world and across North America. So if you can stand up, move your seat out, we'll get the bar open here, and thank you again for joining us.